Normal action, hard riddle. All right.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Hey, Demeter. What's up? Trina Wolfie. How are you doing? Thank you for the host. Could you really be in this stream? So, I'm going to be playing this using the controller and the directional control scheme instead of my typical method of keyboard and tank controls. Because I'm relearning to speedrun this, and I'm trying to get more familiar with the controller. So, might as well do that while I do a playthrough. So like I said, I'm going to show off multiple endings. One of the first things I'm going to pick up here in the bathroom is the blue gem, which is interesting. It doesn't let you examine it. It only gives you the option to use it, and it's got to be used in 3 specific places to get the UFO ending. Maybe I could use it somewhere. You also start this game with 2 other items in your inventory. One second, let me get comfy. Readjust my mic and stuff a little bit here. Bratwurst. Thank you for that, host. So yeah, we start this with 2 things in the inventory. We've got our photo of Mary, a photo from when she was still healthy. And a letter from Mary. That's definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting on the front of the envelope. And I'm not going to read that because Monica Taylor Horgan is going to do a wonderful reading of it in just a moment. This poll has tons of new fan games on it. Yes, I've gotten more since the last time I did a fan game stream. I will definitely be doing more of that. Even if we don't get to all of them during this marathon, I will get to more of those fan games and stuff in time. Oh, this is gonna have... Wait, why is the... I don't know why my game is gonna look weird.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Blood. No surprise HD collection. What's up, Shotgun Ninja? You're sick? Oh man, I just got over being sick. What's up, Grey Fox? Hey, Cyberworm. Yep, marathon time. It's indeed marathon time. James, check the trunk of your car. There's nothing in the trunk. There's definitely no body in the trunk of the car. Mary's body is in the car, but it's in the back seat. This is something that was confirmed by both Masahiro Ito and Guy Sihi. Masahiro Ito stated it on Twitter a while back, and Guy Sihi mentioned it during a playthrough of Silent Hill 2 with Fungo, and you can watch that playthrough on Fungo's YouTube channel. Yeah, my transitions are showing up all weird. Got a map of Silent Hill. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this. Let me just try restarting my game. Sorry, guys. But that's going to be really annoying if every time I move into like a new area or there's any kind of scene transition, like fade to black, it's going to show a weird screen cap at like a bunch of different resolutions. Go ahead, reset. We got 24 hours. I mean, yeah. Yes. That is true. I'll try not to spend the whole 24 on Silent Hill 2, though. Although, that wouldn't be all that bad. Wouldn't be all that bad. Thank you, K-Priest. I always do. I always do. Okay. I think resetting fixed it. Yep. Crow, thank you for the host. Crosadilla. There's nothing on the passenger seat. I like that there is even text there. And what's interesting is this actually gets used during a speedrun. So I'm playing the PC version. And that glitch is used to skip picking up the map. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. I was making sure all my settings stayed. Tao. Moody Shinju is what Guy Sihi calls it. And that is what the actual practice in Japan is called. Haunter Noir, thank you so much for resubscribing. 2 months of support. Thank you so much, Haunter. But yeah, that is something that was confirmed by Masahiro Ito and James's voice actor and mocap actor Guy Sihi, is that Mary's body was supposed to be with him in the car. Essentially, the idea is that James kills Mary, and he's essentially been in a very severe state of depression / psychosis for almost a week. And during this depression, he sort of comes to the conclusion that the only way to move forward is to take his own life alongside the body of his beloved Mary. And he was going to basically go back to Silent Hill, which was their special place, their favorite place to be. The best vacation they ever had. And the idea was to come back to that town, come back to Silent Hill, and take his own life. And that along the way here, he sort of snapped and went into this extreme state of denial. And he's not admitting to himself how long his wife has been dead, nor how she died.
Thanks.
And that it's up to you to discover those things as a player. Caprice, the $5. Thank you for the $5. No message. Appreciate that. So, something else I want to show off here. This is not, like I said, Blod made the HD collection joke. The PC version, obviously the fog and some of the effects are not quite as good as the console. The fog in like the PS2 version is by far the best. There is actually a mod to put that on the PC. I just don't have it installed at the moment because it's kind of a pain in the ass swapping mods in and out of this game. And when I speedrun, I can't use things like that. So since I speedrun this game pretty often, don't really want to mess with that kind of thing typically, but there is a mod to make some of the graphics and stuff look a little bit better, but you can still sort of see the image there very clearly. The background is sort of just a photograph, and you can actually use a glitch, the same glitch that's used to skip the map can be used to skip a barrier over here so that you can see the corner of that image. There it is. Look at that JPEG. Slightly angled to give it 3-dimension with some tree models and stuff placed in front of it. You can see the fog, the way the whole scene is sort of layered. Uh-oh. Oh, that sort of made the controls go weird. Oh, it actually soft-locked the game. Even better. All's Norm, thank you for the 500 bits. Thanks for explaining all that. No problem. That's what I'm going to be doing for the next 24 hours, pretty much. It's talking about Silent Hill games. But thank you so much for those 500 bits. What's up, Katie Fryer? Thank you. Glad you're enjoying the channel. Eddie's Van. Again, if you watch that playthrough with Guy Sihi, he mentions he points out these vans to Fungo. And this van, there's like 12 of these fucking vans all over the town. There's not really any sort of significance to them. The only conclusion I can come up with as to why he thinks this is Eddie's van is there's a cutscene, a clip of a scene during the intro where you can see Eddie and Laura sitting next to a white van, sitting on the ground looking at a map. That scene is not anywhere else in the game. It's only during the intro. But yeah, that's like the only thing I can think of. But it's not really a thing. It's just a fun running joke. Eddie Van Halen. That's the one. That's the one. What's up, Techie? So we've got a couple of signs here. First of all, WeCom. Or welcome. I like how you can see the letters, like the L that fell right there. The E is laying on the ground right there by James's feet. Can't go any further by car. Guess I'll have to walk. Well, Paleville National Park is a 10-mile walk. Paleville itself is 10 miles. Old Silent Hill is 50 miles. Brams is supposed to be one town over, and it's 265 miles away. That's pretty fucking far. These signs actually got changed in the HD collection, but to basically be more reasonable numbers, because 265 and 50, those numbers seemed like they were too far away. But the thing is, this was intentional by Team Silent. Like they wanted these numbers to be skewed because it gives you very little sense of scale. You're not quite sure exactly how isolated you are in Silent Hill. Could be a distortion of being created by the power of the town. We got Toluca Lake this way. I love a lot of the little sound effects and things that you hear throughout this walk. Oops. It's still a little weird getting used to these controls. Again, that's part of why I'm going to be using them, is because I need to get more used to them. For the sake of speedrunning. Even though I'm not really going to be worried about... not going to be too worried about speedrunning through this. Or really too much of anything during the marathon. There's something in the well. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. Gives me a weird feeling. This game is definitely made to be played with headphones. Amazing sound design. It does have very good sound design. Probably some of my favorite sound design in the entire series is in this game. This and Silent Hill 3. It really was pretty amazing to play this the first time with headphones, because for the longest time, like years, I never played this game with headphones, you know? I was just playing it on a PS2 on my TV. It wasn't until I got the PC version many years later that I finally, like, played this with headphones on, and it was almost like playing an entirely new version of the game, because there is so much depth to a lot of the audio, a lot of things that are easy to miss. And here we've got Angela sitting in the fog.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for someone.
Who is it?
Someone very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
All right. That was her mother's grave? No. No, it was not. Most likely not. Someone told me that Angela was intentionally made to look and sound older than she actually is. Is that true? That is absolutely true. So that was something that was mentioned in the behind the scenes of Silent Hill 3, which you can look up on YouTube. But Angela is supposed to be a recent high school graduate, estimated to be around 18 or so, 17, 18. She's supposed to be very young. And the idea is that because she has lived a life of constant abuse, ever since she was a child, she's been beaten, she's been molested and raped by her father and brother, she's been put down and made to believe that she deserves everything that happens to her by her mother. She's had such a horrible upbringing. Like, when you're raised in that kind of environment, you're going to mature a lot faster. You're not going to have a childhood. You're not going to have a normal childhood. And because of that, Angela comes off as much older than she actually is. And she's portrayed by Donna Burke, who herself was in her late 30s, I believe, when this game was being made. Late 30s, maybe even early 40s. But Donna Burke is definitely older, doing this portrayal of Angela. But that is the idea behind it, is that throughout the game, you get little bits of information here and there. They never just outright tell you everything. And one of the ways to convey that information is through the voice acting and through the character's appearance. So right now, having played this game just the first time, you know, if you get to this point and you first come into contact with Angela, you should already be getting a lot of these impressions just from the way that she sounds, the way that she moves, the way that she interacts with James, and the way that she looks. You should start being able to kind of glean little bits of information from the character. And it's the same for all the characters in this, where you just get little tiny bits of sort of environmental information, and you have to piece everything together.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess.
I love that response. Sure is quiet here, I guess. The town's called Silent Hill. All this other stuff here in this little graveyard area. Sadly, like, nothing that you can really interact with outside of Angela herself. You can see there's water, some plants growing in the water. I tend to speculate some of these plants growing around the side of the water could potentially be White Claudia from the first game. But because this isn't a continuation in any way of the first game, there's very, very little reference to, like, the cult and Alessa, the drugs, and all of the stuff that was in Silent Hill 1. This is very much a very independent story. It uses the spiritual setting of Silent Hill just as kind of a backdrop to tell the character-driven story behind James and Mary, as well as Angela and Eddie and Laura. What's interesting is, this is my favorite game. This is a lot of people's favorite game in the series. Demeter, thank you for the 30 bits. That's all I have, but I love your commentary. I appreciate all the support, Demeter. Thank you so much. Some more of those sound effects, just to give you that feeling that there's something sort of following you. But, like I was saying, this is my favorite game in the series, and it's a lot of people's favorite, but at the time that Silent Hill 2 first came out, a lot of people who were fans of the first game felt that this was a major departure from what the first game sort of set up and established. And because there was, almost no involvement, no real involvement with the cult or anything like that in this one, this is a much more introspective story. It's more about what these characters have done and the surroundings and the story being told in a very symbolic way. Silent Hill Ranch. Not in Comic Sans. Another Eddie's van. Eddie Van Halen. Even without the better looking, like, PS2 fog and everything, the way that objects have that disappearance at the edge of your view is still, like, really good in this. Again, it's amazing that they managed to fuck up the HD collection so badly when there were so many better ways it could have been handled. They could have looked and felt and worked so much better than the final product that we got. Really is a shame. So, one thing that I like to point out about Silent Hill 2, and I had just mentioned how this game is somewhat of a real departure from the type of story and setting that was established with Silent Hill 1. With Silent Hill 1, Harry Mason is trapped in the town against his will. I mean, obviously, he makes the choice not to leave the town. Or rather than, he doesn't have the choice, is what I'm trying to say. Even if he had the ability to leave the town, he would not, because he was looking for Cheryl, but he didn't have the choice to leave. He was physically trapped in Silent Hill. The roads were caved out, there was walls where there shouldn't be. He was unable to leave the town physically. Here, there's no reason to go back. I'm going to look for Mary. James is here of his own will. There's nothing keeping James here except for himself. He can go back through this gate, run back up that little pathway, go back, get in his car, and drive off. But that's not what he came all the way here to do. His mind is set on something. Even if he has forgotten, because of his psychosis, because of his mental state, even if James himself has forgotten the real reason why he came here, he knows that it's important enough that he's here for a reason, that there's not going to be any backing out of this. And I think this distinguishes this game really well right off the bat. Distinguishes itself from games like Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. Just for the idea that this is a much more introspective game. The choices, the way things happen is much, much more focused on kind of the trauma of each of these characters. You're seeing aspects of their mind affecting reality around them due to the power of the town. You're also seeing a scene from The Shining right here. A little bit of an Easter egg. It's Jack Nicholson grinning and sticking his head through the chopped open door from the famous Here's Johnny scene. The poster itself is very shredded, so it's difficult to see what it is, but if you look at a screenshot of that, or if you look at the Japanese film poster, it was just that screenshot. But obviously, Team Silent took in a lot of inspiration from various sources, a lot of movies, TV shows, books, artwork, such as paintings and things by the artist Sir Francis Bacon. Tons and tons and tons of artistic inspirations and references that Team Silent used. They were basically just huge horror nerds, and they worked in as many little references and inspirations and things as they could into these games. Hey, Demonio. Sanders Street and Wilts Road. You can look around the town a little bit here. Flowers, celebrating 70 years. It's says, thank you for your business. 70 years. So, I mean, Silent Hill has been around for quite some time. The town, there used to be a different town settled in the same spot that was, the name of that town has been forgotten. All of the people in that town just vanished. There's not much explanation or story behind it. We read a little bit of a note explaining it or talking about it, or a book talking about it a little bit later on. But then after that essentially vanished, Silent Hill was settled in the same spot. So it's been here for a while. Are these marks blood? That shadow just now. So, we get our first glimpse at a creature known as the Lying Figure. I'll talk a little bit more about that when we encounter it. Although, at this point, the game normally forces you to follow that Lying Figure. If you try to run off and explore the town. That shadow just now bothers me. What was that? And it turns you around, forces you to go back. And follow that thing. So in a speedrun, you would be using a glitch to mash quick save and keep a piece of text, usually that gate back by the Jack Nicholson poster. You examine that gate and then mash quick save and keep mashing quick save all the way up through this part, and it allows you to go right through that barrier and completely skip fighting the Lying Figure, getting the radio, getting the plank. Again, I'm not going to be doing that for this playthrough, but it's a cool trick. It's a cool trick. Select all that apply. Yeah, that's intentional. By the way, for those who have not voted yet, this is all viewers' choice. Voting on what games get played. I put the poll up at the start of the day. When I started the stream, Silent Hill 2 had the most votes, which is why I'm starting off with Silent Hill 2. Keep voting. You can type !order and get a link to the poll. You can vote for as many games as you want. Whatever game has the most votes when I finish Silent Hill 2 is going to be what I play. And we're just going to keep doing it that way for 24 hours. So you can still influence what will be played next. You can still vote. Hey, Fen. You can see girls, girls, girls in the faded billboard there across the top. advertisement for a strip club or something. Burlesque house, most likely Heaven's Night, considering we already saw a poster for Heaven's Night with Maria's face on it in the very, very first area in the bathroom.
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
What the hell? Redbox Fen, thank you for the 700 bits. Ads have gotten me so close to that 5,000 bit badge. Give it another week or so. Yeah, hopefully just another week. I know I grind out ads when I'm watching streams, and like, ad bits have not been very kind lately. The booty. Oh yeah. The lying figures, they got some booty. Weird thing about the lying figures, though, is they are kind of, in a way, a representation of Mary. The way that they're supposed to sort of flail around is supposed to be reminiscent of Mary flailing when she was being suffocated in bed by James. And the idea that the lying figures themselves are just they're weak creatures. They're pretty easy to take care of, and they're easy to kill. They hardly fight back. Their arms are bound. All they can really do is spit at you or flail into you and, yeah, vomit on you. Which, when Mary was sick, she probably threw up on James once or twice. Never heard of Punity. Have you played it before? Thoughts? It's just a fan version of PT. And it's not even all of PT. It's just one hallway. It doesn't even loop the way that PT does. You just walk back and forth the same hallway. It's the hallway from PT recreated in Unity, basically. But it's just a very, very simplified version of that. There's not much to it. It's cool for a fan project, but it's super, super simple. Dead. Could it have been that creature? What's going on in this town? So we got our first corpse that is James. And there's a lot of corpses in this game that are going to be James's model.
Oh, yeah. This thing broken? What the? I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
So you can, if you're familiar with this game, you can actually somewhat make out what Mary says there, where you can hear bits of what she's saying. And she says, James, I'm waiting here for you, and why did you kill me? What puzzle action is it on? Hard puzzles. Normal action hard puzzle. Or normal action hard riddle. Harry Mason. What's up, Noose? This is James Sunderland, though. Difficulty Action Jackson. Fuck, why is it doing the fade out thing again? Something is written on it. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. Remains of Blood Swamp. The some number of meters of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later filled. From long ago, the locals nicknamed the swamp was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. The Shrek Swamp. Perhaps it's for the best that many people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. So there's no way to uncover those letters and those blocked out words. Like, no amount of beating this game in any way will make it show. But people have data mined it and figured out what's actually written there to kind of fill out that that little thing talking about Blood Swamp. What fade out thing? So, Techie, I know you've had this problem with Silent Hill 2 before. Because I'm using the window, using the whatever windower mod, whenever there's a scene transition, like from place to place where it fades to black and fades back in, it shows a screenshot, like a random shot of something I've already looked at in the game. Like it was a quick shot of a lying figure. Got the apartment gate key. In-game resolution needs to match the window resolution. Well, what's weird is I didn't change my settings since the last time I played this, except for fog, high-resolution textures. I didn't change the actual in-game resolution. It stays at a default, and then the windower resizes. And it usually doesn't give me that glitch. Like when I'm speedrunning and stuff, it doesn't do that. So yeah. I don't know what's causing it. I reset the game once, and that fixed it. But beyond that, I don't know. So, here's another corpse. Also, James's model. You can see the head is like a lying figure face. It's too mutilated to really see it. But the outfit and the model itself is James. And the idea behind this is that James is sort of... James's thoughts, his subconscious, is being taken by the town and used to reform reality around him. It's affecting the way that things appear to him. And he is seeing these corpses as a way of his mind conveying his desire for death. His desire to be punished by death for what he has done. As well as his thoughts on suicide that initially brought him back to Silent Hill. another James corpse. And all of the corpses up until a certain point are this model. And I'll point out when we see our first corpse that's not James. There's a memo pad on the ground. I'm going to write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that'll help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. Speaking of already dead, stop it. Stop teleporting around. That's cheating. What are you doing? Is it ever explained who the dead bodies really are, or are they not even there? That's for you to decide, Allsnorm. They could be the corpses of real people that James is seeing as himself. They could be manifestations put there by the town, like the monsters, like Maria, like Pyramid Head, like the people who are tormenting Eddie. You can speculate a lot of different things. That's not directly answered. Torn memo page is on the ground. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain, but my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. This note is ripped off word for word and placed in the nightmare sequence of Silent Hill Homecoming. If you're going to try to fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun while you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger. And don't forget to finish them off. I think most of these creatures can be killed, even if they are tougher than people. Run away. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. Run away. Run away. Run away. And actually, that's probably the best advice as far as dealing with creatures in this game that you can really get. Unless you're going for a 10-star rank, yeah, run away. Run away, run away. Thank you, camera angle, for telling me that that's where I need to go. And I'm going to look at this real quick. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. This door does not unlock. It does not wake until darkness. The road's blocked, can't go any further. Can't make it to the park this way. I'll have to find another way. So we gotta cut through the apartments. See, there's the fade out thing. God, that's so annoying. Let me save the game and restart again. I'm not sure why that's happening. That hasn't been happening like all week. I've been playing this game, learning the controls and speedrunning it again, and I haven't been having this issue. And again, I didn't change my actual screen resolution, so I don't think that's causing it. It's just, this game is weird. This game is weird. It doesn't like to be windowed. Health drink. So we are in the Woodside Apartments. And we already have locked doors. Mysterious graffiti. Go to the third floor first. And get some creepy background noise. Absolutely need to run the game windowed. I don't absolutely have to, but it makes streaming it way easier because I need to keep my chat visible, my timer visible, stream labels visible, OBS visible, so I know if I'm dropping frames or losing connection or anything like that. Yeah. I can put everything on my other monitor. It just gets very cramped. I can't see chat as well. It's just much easier. It's much easier having it windowed. And as said, the game does not have a native window mode, so I have to use a mod to run it in window, and it'll sometimes cause that weird fade-in glitch. It's just annoying. So there's a key there. You can see James turning his head to look at it, but we don't have the flashlight yet, so we can't actually pick it up. So we're going to need to go get that. The game doesn't let you do anything else until you pick up that flashlight to progress. 1 hour, boys? Tired yet? No. I mean, I slept today, and I didn't sleep as well as I had hoped. Usually I try to get like a solid 8, even 9 hours before I start a marathon, and I only slept maybe like 6 hours before the start of this one. But I should still be alright going through it. Honestly, I still feel more like I'm waking up than getting tired. Those clothes look familiar. Got a flashlight. So you get the flashlight from this mannequin dressed as your wife, dressed as Mary. Lots of implications from getting the light here, from seeing this. Again, this outfit is being taken from James's memory and put into the reality by the town around him. And all of this is supposed to be symbolic in a way. Trying to make James realize something. Could it be that Mary is his source for light, for illumination, his reason, his ability to go forward through the darkness, the fact that you can't do anything without the flashlight means that you have to face up to this. You have to find this. You have to look right at it. The game is not allowing you to overlook it. The town is not allowing you to overlook it. This Dark Souls level combat. Sewing machine, nothing special about it. There's a note with a cutout magazine article attached to it. There's a title written on the front side. Searching for Another Conclusion. Choosing death. When life is filled with nothing but despair, some people choose to end it all. I once chose that path for myself as well. At the time, I felt that I had no other choices. After I made my decision, it became the only thing binding me into this world. Sometimes I would cry to myself while thinking of the past, but mostly all I did was plan over and over again how and when I was going to kill myself. I did stupid, dangerous things. I figured it didn't matter since I was going to die anyway, so I went out of my way to invite disaster. I stopped talking to people, and it didn't bother me even when friendships grew distant. So this could be viewed as something from both Mary's perspective, her life being full of despair from the terminal illness that, she knows she's going to die from, and wanting to take her own life, thinking about how and when she's going to kill herself, if she's going to take her own life. But also James going through those suicidal thoughts after Mary's death as well. EJ, thank you for the 2 months of support. Thank you for the ongoing support. Appreciate that resub. How are you doing, EJ? Nothing that looks to be of any use. So let's go look at the clock room. Interesting little hallway. Gets more interesting a little later. This model right here, these pipes that are blocking this section of the hallway, those are actually reused, and in Silent Hill 4 they're just stuck in a random apartment. A television, nothing unusual about it. I'm doing pretty good, EJ. Just woke up like an hour and a half ago. A little more than that. Started getting ready. Starting the marathon. It's been a little while. This note must be from the person who lived here. 3 needles stand of 3 different heights. The fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. What's this? So we have Henry, Mildred, and Scott. You can look at those scratches in the wall, and they correspond with the hands of a clock. Henry, Mildred, and Scott, HMS, is hours, minutes, and seconds. There's writing on the clock. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. So the marks in the wall are the scars from the past. No matter how hard I push, it doesn't move. It's like it's stuck to the ground. So we'll need to change the hands of the clock to match what's on the wall. clock is stopped at 10:56 and 15 seconds. The faceplate is closed. It is locked. I can't touch the needles of the clock like this. So we're going to need to go get that key first. Really, guys? You gonna be like that? Why you gotta be like this? So now that we have the flashlight, we can head back up to the 3rd floor. There was the key through the bars, and there's another room up here. There's a key on the ground on the other side of the bars. If I stretch my arm out, I just might be able to reach it.
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
I can't reach it no matter how far I stretch. But who's that kid? So there's our introduction to Laura. And it's so stupid because he could have reached in there with this wooden plank and gotten the key. He could have reached it. But now it's kicked out of his range by this little brat. And we'll find out more about Laura later on. What's up, Rainbow Mao? Glad you're enjoying the stream news. And what's up, Shark? Saledion. Salid, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Again, thank you for supporting me, making all of this possible. The wall is pockmarked with gunshots. It's a shopping cart. What's that doing here? It's also where we pick up the handgun. Full clip holds 10 bullets. Light handgun, not much stopping power, but easy to use. So there's a, no, sub count has never been a thing. Yeah, there you go. You can check all the commands. So there's a common fan theory, and this is just a theory, it's speculation. It's not something that's ever been commented on by Team Silent in a direct way. But picking up the handgun in the shopping cart has been speculated as kind of an allusion to how easy it is to find guns and bullets and things like that in the United States. It's always kind of a weird thing when you're going through a survival horror game and you're like, why is there guns and bullets everywhere? And it is a very weird thing no matter where in the world you are, but the idea is that this is supposed to be some sort of commentary on the United States in particular, on how easy it is to get a hold of guns, that it's as easy as getting groceries, which is why you find it in the shopping cart. Again, that's could be an absolute stretch, could just be fan speculation. It is just fan speculation, but kind of an interesting thought, something I always liked. Let's see. So now that I have the handgun, what was that? Some kind of noise north of here. I love that sound. It's actually two screams layered into each other. It's the sound of a baby and the sound of a man. And usually when you hear that sound, you'll only hear one or the other. It'll sound like a child or it'll sound like an adult man. And it's a great sound effect. It's one of my favorite sound effects, just because of the way that it's layered and the way that it sort of plays with your mind as to which sound you hear. What the heck? It's asking me to share my sub again? Okay, so for anybody who may subscribe, and this applies to all of Twitch now, so if you subscribe to any channel, this is good to know. Stream labels and Twitch alerts, Twitch changed their API so that alerts for when you subscribe don't automatically happen anymore. So if you just subscribe, I can still see it and I'll still thank you for it, obviously. But if you want the alert to actually happen on screen, you have to refresh after subscribing, and it'll give you the option to share your subscription. There's a button that you can press at the top of chat to share your sub, and that's what will cause the alert on screen to happen. So you can stealthy sub, kind of. Like I said, I'll still see it. There's good old Triangle Face. There's his introduction, just standing there, glowing, being creepy. Creepy. What's up, Coronation? So things in this room have changed. The TV is on static. There's blood on it. The chair is moved. There's blood along the floor to where the chair has moved. And there's a bloody corpse here. We can't see a whole lot of this corpse from the angle, but we can see the back of the head and the top of the head. And it is James's model. Again, every corpse that we've seen has been James. It's this part of his mind being put into reality around him.
Oh my God. Who could have?
He's dead. Who could have done this? There's a newspaper here. Looks very old. Thank you again for subscribing, Saled. Might as well share and get this overlay out of chat. Yeah. Yeah, that's usually what I do too. Is just clear it out. I hate having stuff just sitting there blocking any part of my chat. So the key to room 202 also showed up in the room. That wasn't here before. So I love the way the lighting and stuff looks in this room. You have this red glow in this corner, and then like a green glow over here. Various little red sources of light to kind of draw your attention around the room. This noise that starts happening once you're in here, this background. And these moths. You can see these moths flying around if you turn your light on and move around, you can see they'll actually follow you. They'll stay with you wherever you go into the room. And if you turn your light off, they actually fly away from you. They don't get interested anymore until you turn the light back on. They kind of got stuck on the wall. The same moth effect that's used right here is used later on in the final boss fight. And it's kind of interesting, the idea that most obviously, you know, when you come into this room, you're likely going to have your flashlight on, and the moths will be drawn towards you because of that. Very similar to the way that they come towards you during the final boss's attack that uses them. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. Yeah, Forgotten Memories, Dapper Cactuar. Guy, see, he did a little bit of voice work in that game, and he's doing voice work for the sequel, or the remake, reboot, redo of Forgotten Memories that's being worked on. But yeah, Tato Forever is the lead programmer and the owner of Psychos Interactive, and he's actually a moderator for this channel. Obviously, he's been pretty busy with that project, so he hasn't been around as much, but yeah, he's a regular here. I'm trying to convince him to let me do some voice acting in the new game, too. So, fingers crossed. So we got the clock key by sticking our hand into a random hole in the wall. Something that you don't want to do inherently. But the game sort of forces you to make these decisions that you feel uneasy about. And Triangle Face is gone. So the solution to this is always the same. And it's always going to be 10 past 9. Boom. So while the solution for this is always the same, the initial starting point of the clock hands is randomized every time you play the game, regardless of difficulty. The interesting thing about that is it fucks over speedruns. I don't know if interesting is the right word. I don't know. It's fun for like casual playthroughs because something is always different. I like puzzles that change because it keeps things interesting. But as a speedrunner, it makes running through this game very frustrating because you can lose a significant amount of time here, about 10 seconds, if the hands just happen to spawn on the other side of the clock. Writing on the clock. Already read that. How did you do that part without the QuickTime event? No QuickTime event in Silent Hill 2. None of them. That doesn't start until Origins. Need to make sure to actually do a couple of hard saves here, just in case something goes wrong with a quick save or the game has to be reset again. I've already had to reset twice. So now we're on this side of the bars where Pyramid Head was standing. The Forgotten Book of Memories. That's the one. Except not. All right. Time for everybody's favorite scene. One of my favorite scenes, actually. All right. Never understood what was happening here. Well, you're in luck, Schmitty, because I'm going to talk about it. So, we enter the scene. We first step into the room, and James sees Pyramid Head doing something, violently killing a mannequin, another creature, while there's another one already dead on the floor. One thing I want to point out is that this scene is only as sexual as you make it in your head. Noose, you keep asking, what is the helmet? Pyramid Head is not a person with a helmet. He is a monster. He is a creature. The helmet is his head. It makes a sound like metal. It seems like metal. But considering he's a monster, he's a creature of the town, like, asking what is the helmet, like, it is his head. What is your head? Have I ever seen Big Man Japan's alternate camera angle video for the scene? Yes, I have, and I'll talk about that a little bit too. And by the way, for those who would like to see a lot of really cool, like, cam hacks and messing around with, like, game code and values to, like, explore some really weird stuff, you should definitely check out, look up Big Man Japan on YouTube. He does a lot of really cool stuff with this game. He also speedruns, or at the very least, I don't know if he actively does anymore, but he's a OG Silent Hill speedrunner, and a really cool person in general. So we've got this scene. We have Pyramid Head attacking these creatures, which already is setting up what Pyramid Head himself is. Again, the idea that it's sexual. You know, everybody associates Pyramid Head with rape. There's memes all over the internet, and that's how most people know Pyramid Head. Most people at this point know the memes that surround it rather than the original source, this game. So everybody has that association of Pyramid Head and rape, and that was always kind of the implication. But one of the things I love is that they show you the scene. You get to see what is happening, and it's done in such a way to imply sexual violence, but it's not explicitly that. It shows just enough and implies just enough and gives a sexual enough nature to the appearance of the creatures that you form the worst possible scenario in your mind when you see these little glimpses during the scene. When you see what's happening and James's reaction to it and then your reaction to it. As a person, your mind is going to start trying to piece together what's going on here. It's just how our brains work. We're trying to find patterns, and we're trying to use context to fill out a scene. And that's what your mind automatically goes to. And I think that says a lot for the game's atmosphere and for the design of the characters, for the way that they cleverly use camera angles and movements to depict something without explicitly showing it. This is something known as subtlety, and it's something that is sadly lost on a lot of horror games. And in the Silent Hill series, something that gets completely undermined and removed pretty much after Silent Hill 4. But again, it sets up for very memorable scenes, such as this one. As for the real-world inspirations for this scene, Team Silent took a lot of inspiration from the film Blue Velvet. It's a film by director David Lynch, and I highly, highly recommend it to anybody who is interested in Silent Hill. If you're watching this channel, you're a fan of Silent Hill, you need to watch Blue Velvet. It's an excellent film. It has a lot of similar themes, much like a lot of David Lynch's work does. And again, you'll get a little more appreciation for kind of where this scene comes from based on a couple of scenes from Blue Velvet, including the main character hiding in a closet, shooting at the antagonist through the closet, watching something horrible going on. And because this scene itself is based on that scene in Blue Velvet, you are witnessing a rape, or the protagonist is witnessing a rape from hiding inside of a closet. So that's where I think a lot of other people who know that connection and know that reference, get that implication from the scene as well. And the last thing that I want to talk about is Pyramid Head's exit. Well, before that, let's talk about James's reaction. James walks into the room. He sees what's going on. Me personally, I would have turned the fuck around and gone right back out the door that I walked in on. Like, oops, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Don't mind me. Turn right the fuck around and leave. James does not. He does not react that way. He sees what's going on. We, as the players, see what's going on. But instead, James chooses to stay in a place where he can continue to watch. He moves into the closet, and he hides there, and he watches. He wants to observe. The idea that James has that part of his mind to see something so disturbing and sort of be drawn to it. Maybe not directly. He didn't, he's not going to walk right up to it and ask to join in, but he's not going to completely turn his head away from it either. And then we have Pyramid Head's exit. So we hear Pyramid Head stomping off into the distance, and it just sort of fades out. There's no crash. There's no sound of the door. There's no hole in the wall. He just sort of fades off. This is one of the first implications we get that the creatures are essentially manifestations, that they're not they don't have to play by physical world rules. Because they're created by the town, they can be in multiple places, they can be anywhere, they can vanish. Anything can change at any point. And what's funny about that scene, so going back to Big Man Japan's cam hack of this scene, you can actually see what happens to Pyramid Head. He walks away, and when he's off camera, he actually has to walk over to the door of the room, and he touches the doorknob with his hand and then disappears. Like, then the model is removed. Again, this is happening off camera, so you can't normally see it, but with a cam hack, you can see that Pyramid Head goes and touches the doorknob on the door and then disappears. Kind of weird, but it's funny. The game like works fine for a while, and then it starts doing that fade out scene transition thing. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this. One second, guys. Because this is going to be really annoying, because once that glitch starts happening, it'll basically keep doing it every single time I go through a door. Like, every time there's a scene transition, it's going to show, like, a weird, basically like a screenshot of a different part of the game. And it's just weird. It's very distracting. Let's see. Can I change this? All right, I'm actually going to take a short break. I'm going to see if I can fix this really quickly. I also need to go run to the restroom really quickly. So I'm just going to take a short break. I'm going to see if I can fix this, and then we will continue onward. So back in a few. Okay. We will see if this worked. Let's see if this works. Sorry about that. 1 second. Fix my monitor setup again real quick. There we go. I have all versions of Silent Hill 2. I chose to do PC because normally it looks very good and plays very well and has some extra glitches and things that I like showing off. It's what I chose to play. I mean, I have a capture card. I can play any version. This is what I chose to do. Again, you don't plan on having issues. This was not a problem that I've had up until this stream. But there we go. Hopefully this will work. Hopefully it'll be fine now. Let me make sure all my options and stuff stayed. Oh, no it didn't. Noise effect on, high res on, shadows on, complex fog, filters, lens flare, virtualization. Correct resolution. Cool. I am only playing on lowest settings on Silent Hill 2 when speedrunning. This is not a speedrun. So shut your ass, Hot Crimson. You're out of your element. You don't know what you're talking about. Brought the issues with extreme bad luck. No, that's just my bad luck. It's my typical, my RNG. So that item I just picked up, by the way, canned juice. 6-pack of canned juice. It was in the hallway on the first floor. So from what I understand, I think that was actually a mistranslation, and that this is supposed to be like beer or some kind of alcohol. Oh, excuse me. Some kind of alcohol. And that it was mistranslated essentially as juice. It would give it a little bit more significance that James is throwing it in the garbage, getting rid of alcohol, considering he may have some alcoholic tendencies, given a bit of dialogue that we see a little bit later on. Censorship? I doubt it was censorship. This is a mature rated game. There's reference to drugs and alcohol and sexual abuse, and I don't think they're going to be worried about picking up a case of beer and doing nothing with it but throwing it in the trash. It's not really a censorship thing. There's a trash chute. There's some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. All right. What's up, Derp? He needs some milk. The garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. Got a coin, old man. So now we get our original note that wound up being the basis for Walter Sullivan and the plot of Silent Hill 4. Wait. I need you to pick one of the Silent Hill games you would like to see a professionally penciled comic book splash page of. Silent Hill 3. How about Silent Hill 3? Always love some good comic book style artwork. Always like a lot of the visuals and designs, characters, and everything about Silent Hill 3 in general. Alright. What's this? Some gossip magazine, eh? The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff, like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil. Forgive me. I did it, but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. Awesome. That would be amazing, Bane. Thank you, dude. Ah, I did not pick up the key. I was so busy talking about Triangle Face and Blue Velvet. So let me go back and grab that. What's up, Breeze Hockey? Soothing voice marathon. For as long as my voice will hold out, anyway. There we go. The courtyard key. Three dog. Dude, thank you so much for resubscribing. Thank you for 2 months of subscription support. Appreciate that so much. So we got the key. That'll unlock the courtyard over here. Always just kind of like to run around this and sort of look at the courtyard area. You can hear the enemies, and of course they're over here, wandering about inside the pool. And there is something that I need from in there. Alright, I got the snake coin. Game title is still on Silent Hill 1. Ah, thank you. Actually, appreciate that heads up. I will fix that right now while everybody enjoys this audio, this fantastic voice acting from Dave Shoffley, the voice of Eddie. Ah, the audio mutes when I tab out. That's not as good. Never mind. I do have to fix this real quick, though. Twitch. That's not as good. Whoa, don't do that. I don't want to hear my own dumb voice. God dang it, Twitch. Why do you keep changing your layout? Every time... I still hadn't even gotten used to the one that it was before. And now it's different again. Alright, Silent Hill 2, update. Should be good now. So, like I said, wonderful voice performance going on right now with Dave Shoffley as Eddie. He actually would sip water into his mouth and then make a fake vomiting sound while spitting the water back into the cup in order to get that nasty watery sound in his fake vomiting. He's doing that sound himself. That's not like added in on top of it. And the reason he's in there puking... What the? Who could have done this? So this is our first corpse that we find in the game that is not James. There's essentially two distinctions of dead bodies that we typically see. Ones that are being created, ones that James views as himself, ones that are being put there by the town for James, and ones that are there that were people sent by the town, created by the town, to antagonize Eddie and sort of push him more and more towards insanity. And Eddie's response to these people is to just murder them. This is his first kill of a person at this point, and he's not taking it very well. But it's okay, he gets better at it.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird-looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
Yeah. So that's our introduction to Eddie. Eddie himself is, as it was put there, sort of brought to Silent Hill, drawn to Silent Hill, if you will. Just like James, in a way, you know, everybody has sort of been drawn here. And most of them are here for the same reason, or at the very least something similar in their past. For James, it was, killing Mary. For Eddie, it was killing a dog as well as shooting a football player in the leg. And on that note, something to point out about how these characters are introduced. We learn a lot about their characters and their background by their environment, just the same way we do with James, finding corpses that resemble himself, how things in the environment reflect elements of James. There are also things in the environment that reflect elements of Eddie's personality and history and Angela's personality and history, and you can see some of those allusions here in the room next to where you find him. Rip spray painted on the wall here, along with on top of a poster of a football player. Several different football posters, and a comically oversized football next to a little sports magazine. Eddie's a football fan, and that comes into play later when Eddie goes into a little more detail, much later in the game. And just like with Angela in the graveyard in the beginning of the game, you can actually talk to Eddie again for another short conversation.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
He doesn't have too much, but there you are. That garden hose in the sink reminded me of the radio reporting the murder in PT. I'm going to need to pause and think about that one for a little bit, Steve-O. The garden hose in the sink reminded you of the radio reporting the murder in PT. In what way? How do you get that connection? To be fair, I'm not as familiar with PT as the other games because I've never had a PlayStation 4. I've only watched other people play through PT. I've never gotten to play it myself yet. Silent Hills Town is actually a normal town to normal people. The town curse actually only applies to the person who have an emotion problem. No. And the curse is to bring out the deep dark side to that person, try to hide in the form of a monster, from what I know. No. That is not the case. That is a common misconception. So the reason that's a common misconception is the town being this emotional, it draws out the emotions of the people drawn to it and projects that onto the town itself, and that there's this normal town going on is not the case at all. People drew that conclusion because Silent Hill 2 is very different, and because every game after Silent Hill 4 tried to do lots of different things with the town that was not what Team Silent established. Team Silent establishes everything we know about the town in the first game. The town itself is abandoned. People have left it. Lisa tells us that during the events of Silent Hill 1. We see it for ourselves. The town was already being abandoned. There's almost nobody there anymore except for the cult. And most of the cult was kind of in disarray after the end of Silent Hill 1. Dahlia was dead. The god was gone. Alessa was reincarnated and missing. There would have still been some members of the cult still around. Obviously, the cult reforms by the time we see Silent Hill 3, but there's not a normal town going on with normal people walking around. The town's abandoned. People are seeing different versions of the town, though. And as far as what was the other part of the comment there? The emotional side. That was not what happened in Silent Hill 1. You don't see Harry Mason's innermost fears being projected onto the town around him. It's Alessa's nightmare. Alessa's the one affecting everything in Silent Hill 1. You're seeing aspects of her mind, not Harry's, not Dahlia's, not Kaufman or Sybil. You know, if that was the case, if it was always like it is in Silent Hill 2, why didn't we see any of those things in Silent Hill 1 or Silent Hill 3? In Silent Hill 4, we don't even go to Silent Hill. Everything happens in South Ashfield or in Walter's mind. So it's different from game to game how the town is sort of focused on, but it's never a constant thing. It's not always drawing from the internal turmoil of all the characters involved and using that to create the reality around them. That's the case in Silent Hill 2. We're shown that the town can do that, but it's not always what's happening. Different people affect the town in different ways. And the town itself affects different people and messes with perception in a lot of different ways. Okay, so we've got a sightseeing brochure for the town lying here. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day, from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor Roger Widmark. So the town used to be a tourist town, and again, we know that information from Silent Hill 1. The fact that things in the apartment are so run down, and it shows that these sorts of brochures and things are still around, kind of gives you the impression that this does take place sometime after the events of Silent Hill 1. Again, there is no consistent timeline throughout the games, with the exception of Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 1 being connected. Silent Hill 3 takes place 17 years after the good or good plus ending of Silent Hill 1. Technically, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 4 can fall in anywhere into that timeline, and Origins and onward is not canon anyway, so don't even try to fit that into an overall timeline. So time is one of those things that's very, very convoluted in Silent Hill. You can make up a lot of excuses for timelines not being consistent, and there's no real defined answer. There's no note with a date on it that, you know, tells you, oh, this game happened this year, this game happened this year. That's just not information that's there. So it all comes down to kind of speculation, trying to piece those things together. But again, you can try to pick things up from the environment and sort of get some clues, some hints on kind of the order of overall events, based on kind of the state of the town. How do you know there isn't a real world alongside the fog world and other world? There's a note in Silent Hill 2 that describes this better than I really can, that you find in Brookhaven, that describes all of this as being something that lies on the borders of reality and unreality. There's no here and there. There's no border. You're thinking in the terms of dimensions. There's a fog world. There's an other world. There's a real world. There's not. There's one world. There's one reality. There's not multiple dimensions. There's just unreality. There's things that should not be real but are. But at the same time, like, it's, as said, it's not the way that the games can be best described. You know, it's not the best way to try to categorize the other world as being this separate distinction from reality, and that there's this alternate reality. There's just reality. The town can manifest things and make them real. The town can take real things and make them non-existent anymore. The powers that are affecting the area where Silent Hill is are capable of breaking the rules of space and time. It's not something as simple as, like, well, there's this world and this world and this world. We have that distinction from a gameplay standpoint, where it's like, oh, these are the foggy streets, and this is, you know, the dark industrial otherworld. But in the context of the game, it's always real. It's always reality. The town is making it as real as it has to be. There's no fire escape outside the door. Maybe they knocked it down when they built the building next door. I think I can get into that building if I go through the window in front of me. Looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. My favorite. Looks like a wallet. Some kind of memo in it. VV0 right, 7 left, 8 right, X3. So we're playing on hard riddles, so that affects this note, the wallet that you find in the toilet. Which, by the way, James just sticks his hand right in. He doesn't roll up his sleeve. He doesn't care. He just reaches right in there and gets it. And to solve this on hard difficulty, the Roman numerals just have to be added up along with the regular numerals, regular digits. So VV0 would be 5 and 5 for 10. So that would be 10 right, 7 left, 8 right, and then 13. And this combination is for this safe. Which I'm not going to open. You can get some extra ammunition if you open that up. But I like making James stick his hand in the toilet for no good reason, getting nothing out of it. Because it's funnier. It's funny to me. So we've gone from Woodside Apartments over to Blue Creek Apartments. We're in a different apartment complex built next door. And where we met Eddie in the previous apartment building and found some sort of contextual clues to his character and his background, with the football posters and stuff being found in the room next to him, which, like I said, comes into play. We get more information on that later on. Here, we get a little bit of information about Angela. We're about to see Angela again. And aside from just the room being in a state of disarray, just like all the other rooms we've been in, this particular room has a few things of interest. We find Angela in this room, and we find a picture of what is Angela's family inside that's been ripped in half. And I'll talk more about that in a moment, but the idea that she's in here looking for her parents, looking for her mother, and looking essentially for her family. And the idea behind that being that Angela has given up on life. She's suicidal. The main reason why she is here and looking for her family is because she feels the only way to rectify her situation is to kill her family, the ones who abused her, and then kill herself, take her own life. And the idea of that abuse being a part of Angela's life for so long is sort of implied in this room that is theoretically her parents' room, with this clean white, looking door, and then this broken, boarded up, battered door next to it with a stuffed animal next to it. If that was Angela's room or any child's room, you get the impression of some serious abuse, with it being boarded up and so much more worn down than the door right next to it. Stuffed animal. It probably belonged to the kid that used to live here. Did Angela kill her brother before or after going to Silent Hill? We don't even know if she actually kills her brother. It's implied that she, like, her father and brother, two bodies are on the walls of the burning staircase with the final scene with Angela, and it's implied that those bodies represent that she killed her father and killed her brother, and was still looking for her mother. The way that her dialogue is during that scene sort of supports that. She sees James as her mother, but again, the town can manifest things. We don't know if that was really them, if she actually killed them. We know that she killed her dad before even coming to Silent Hill, but as far as what happened to her brother, what happened to her mom, I don't know. Borders of reality and unreality. No, Angela didn't get a letter. Excellent song for this scene as well. The scene in
it's
general is
you.
just amazing.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
So many good line deliveries in this scene. Some of my favorite interaction between actors, between characters, happens during that scene. There's a lot of little subtle things to look at in the way the scene is kind of composed itself. The idea that Angela's attitude changes when she's looking at James in the reflection and when she turns around to actually face him. versus, you know, when she actually has James reaching out towards her. It's all these different sides of Angela that we get to see, just kind of based on circumstance. The way that James says a lot of his lines as well, you can hear him kind of slipping into that almost depressive monotone when he's mentioning his wife, and then how he sort of tries to make himself sound normal. He forces himself to make his voice higher and sound more normal. When he's like, you know, I'm not crazy. At least I don't think I am. You know, he's trying to make it sound like lighthearted, and it comes off as creepy. You sound like you're trying to hide the fact that you're crazy. And I mean, given what we know about James already, you know, knowing the entire story of the game, he's not all there. So it's these little things that sort of come across where the characters are giving you very strong impressions of their personalities, as well as their problems to the player through the acting. And I think that's one of the biggest problems with like the HD collection, with the new voices, the redub. They're all talented voice actors, you know, the entire cast. But the problem is their deliveries. These scenes, for the original voice actors, they acted these scenes out together. They did them on a stage several times, and then did them for the mocap. They would mocap the characters at the same time, with the exception of one scene, and I'll point that scene out later. But all of the scenes, all of the interactions, the actors were there, talking to each other, acting with each other. And I think that was allowing them, even though they might not be all professional voice actors like Donna Burke is, but Dave Shoffley at the time certainly was not. Guy Seehee certainly was not. Jacqueline Breckenridge, Monica Taylor Horgan, they're all fairly amateur when it comes to voice acting. But because they were able to act with each other and play off of each other, it made a lot of their deliveries come off very realistic, so that we do get hints of James's character through the little subtle ways that he says things, and the little ways that we see these characters interact, because we're hearing their voices as they talk to each other. We're seeing their movements as they interact off of each other, and it adds a certain layer of realism. But at the same time, that transference of the real life into the video game makes it get that uncanny valley approach, where things are somewhat realistic at times and then awkward and stilted the next moment. But at it adds to the charm, I think, of the game. It adds to that sort of creepiness of it, because there are things that are at one moment very believable and relatable, and at the next moment very bizarre and the exact opposite. And I feel like this scene encompasses all of that the best out of any other scene in this game. It's what makes this, I think, such a memorable, iconic scene, is because there is so much about the way this game tells its story and introduces you to these characters. It's all done through this. It's all done through these interactions, and this is one of the best ones in the game. Tactical Twitch, I'm sorry I was ranting and rambling. This is my favorite game. You guys know I can't shut up about it. Thank you for the 180 bits, Tactical Twitch. Let's play the game. Yeah, I don't know what was up with the idle animation of him grabbing the plank in one frame. I've never seen that before. I think it's normal on the PC, usually, but I don't know. It's being weird. Hey, what's up, Antidot? So I just picked up, and what's up, Saya? So I just picked up the White Chrism, and this is going to be one of our ending items. It's for the rebirth ending. There's a couple different items to collect throughout the game. And like I said, I'll be showing multiple endings. I'm going to show the UFO ending, rebirth ending, I'll show the dog ending, and one other ending, whichever one we get from the 3 normal endings, which will just be based on the playthrough. I'll go for the in water ending, but the way this game determines that ending is kind of weird. So we might get a a different ending, like Leave or Maria. Rebirth is New Game Plus, right? Yes. Well, this is New Game Plus. This doesn't have a separated New Game and New Game Plus. It's just once you've played the game and then you play another game, all the New Game Plus stuff is added in. So it's not like Silent Hill 3 or Silent Hill 1. All right, so we got the White Chrism. It's a glass bottle containing milky white anointing oil. What's up, Ato? This is not a first playthrough. This is not a blind playthrough. Not by a long shot. This is like my 2 billionth. So, we've got a puzzle here. The desk puzzle, and we have the coins that we need. But before I solve this, I'm going to show you guys an Easter egg that has to do with these coins and the writing that is around the edges of the coin. So this is not Greek. It's using some like Greek characters, but it is not actually the Greek language. It's a font, a common font on Windows called symbol font. And if you look at the writing around the snake coin and the old man coin, it's the same writing. So you can take a moment and look at kind of the characters. You see the T character, where the head of the snake is, going around clockwise. And then at that same portion of the coin, that upper right, that T character going around clockwise. It's all the same writing on these 2 coins. And then the prisoner coin is different. This is all symbol font. And I'm going to prove that to you by showing you what is written on these coins. So give me a moment here. I'm just going to open up Notepad. And window capture this really quickly. Okay. Hello. Let's make this 30. So you should be able to see that pretty clearly. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to switch over to symbol font. Nub is drunk. I'm not drunk. You're drunk. Hold it. Hold it. All right. So I'm going to switch over here to symbol font. And I'm going to type in what is on these coins. So this is the writing that is on the snake coin as well as the old man coin. It's starting from the You can see on the back of the old man's neck where it comes to a point, that sort of bottom left corner. Starting with that T-looking character, going around the edge of the coin clockwise. What I've typed here matches what's on these two coins. And if you take this and switch it over to a different font, such as system font, you can see what I've typed. So this is what is written around the edge of this coin. Tugiha, Eiichi, Toshiko, Rinta, Asuma, Zate. So Tugiha is a Japanese phrase. It's actually slightly mistranslated here because of the transfer from Japanese phonemes into English characters or Romanji, but the phrase is supposed to be, or could also be written as Tsugiwa, which essentially translates to up next is, or it's usually used when presenting a list of people. And that is what is written on this coin, is a list of people. So Tsugiwa, Eiichi, Toshiko, Rinta, Asuma, Zate. Eiichi, Toshiko, Rinta, Asuma, and Zate are the names of developers, lesser members, except for one of them, lesser members of Team Silent, who worked on the project. So this is just a list of people who worked on Silent Hill 2. The most notable of all of these is this one. Eiichi. You'll see his name in the credits as Eiichi Ito. Eiichi Ito is the item designer and icon artist for Silent Hill 2. He made the coins, as well as every other item that you pick up. Those were all done by Eiichi Ito. So that is what is written on the first two coins. I'm going to switch this back over to symbol font and take a look at the prisoner coin. So I typed all that out. You'll notice when I switched it over to system, it was all typed out in caps. If you type in lowercase with symbol font, it actually looks very different. And that is the font that is used for the prisoner coin. It's still symbol font, but it's done in lowercase. So starting from the top right, if you look at where the point of the ponytail, the top part of the ponytail of the woman on the prisoner coin, and go directly up from there, that first character, this word, is the first word. And then the phrase goes around the coin clockwise. There we go. So you can look at what I typed here and what's around the edge of the prisoner coin. Hopefully that's coming through the stream okay. You guys can see that all right. Same thing. Take the font, switch this over to something else. I'm going to switch it over to symbol or system again. And you can see this is what is written around the edge of the prisoner coin. Tatsuki ga kyonen no 12月に生まれました. This translates into Tatsuki was born in December of last year. So this was a message to one of the members on the development team who had a son named Tatsuki last year. So development for Silent Hill 2 started in 1999, immediately after Silent Hill 1 released. So my guess is Tatsuki was born around 98 or 99. But either way, in December, wish Tatsuki a happy birthday. And Totsky, if you're out there somewhere, you have the coolest Easter egg in one of my favorite video games ever. So there you go. The Easter egg of the Silent Hill 2 coins. Now we can actually solve the puzzle. Let's read it. There's something written on the desk. First lies the seat of he who is peerless. Notice peerless. Silent is also capitalized. Peerless is capitalized. He who is peerless, silent and empty, heartless and fearless. Beside him sits one who knows. The place of the servant is next to the throne. Dozens of feet, yet not a single toe. The one that is hidden beside him doth go. Hidden again capitalized. Seducer of dreams, creature of Hades, lying further from man and closer to lady. Man and woman seeing all, heedless to the raven's call. Silent and hidden the two may be. They be not there for you to see. Return them to whence they would be, and blessing shall descend on thee. I speak thus with the North Star behind me. The birth of the sun is the start of the story. So we've got 5 different 5 1-inch round depressions set into the table. We have 2 empty spots and 3 coins to place. I remember a lot of people got confused at this puzzle during a blind playthrough, where they assume that they need to find 2 more coins, because they get to this, it's got 5 different things, and you've only got 3 coins, but it's part of the puzzle that 2 of those spots are empty. So we get clues to that in the poem itself, but first we need to know, are we solving this from left to right or from right to left? And that is what the last part of the poem explains. I speak thus with the North Star behind me. The birth of the sun is the start of the story. So if you were facing south because the North Star is behind you, if you were facing south and waiting for the sun to rise, you know, the sun will rise and it goes from the east to the west. So if you're facing south, the east would be to your left. So the birth of the sun is the start of the story. You're solving this from left to right. Foxen, thank you so much for resubscribing. Another month of support, enjoying the meows and emotes. Thank you so much for continuing to support the channel. All right. Excuse me. So first lies the seat of he who is peerless, silent and empty, heartless and fearless. Beside him sits one who knows the place of the servant is next to the throne. So the first slot is going to be an empty slot. It flat out says empty, but notice it also capitalizes silent. If you look at this phrase, silent capitalized and hidden capitalized, the two may be, they be not there for you to see. So this is your hint that 2 of the slots on the desk are going to be left empty, and it's where silent and hidden are mentioned and capitalized. So again, looking at that, silent capitalized is the first seat, he who is peerless. So we have from left to right an empty slot. Next, beside him, sits one who knows the place of the servant is next to the throne, somebody with old ways of thinking. And this is the old man. So we have an empty slot followed by an old man. Dozens of feet, yet not a single toe. The one that is hidden beside him doth go. Seducer of dreams, creature of Hades, lying further from man and closer to lady. So this is our clue about the positioning of the snake coin. First, we have the one that is hidden, capitalized, beside him doth go. So blank space, old man, blank space. Seducer of dreams, creature of Hades. This is the snake. Further from man and closer to lady. Man and woman seeing all, heedless to the raven's call. Silent and hidden the two may be, they be not there for you to see. Return them to whence they would be, and blessing shall descend on thee. Do it correctly and you'd get the thing. And then that's how to solve that. So that's everything. Snake is closer to the woman, and we have the positions of the first several spots figured out. So it was an empty spot, followed by the old man, followed by an empty spot. And it doesn't quite tell you enough to know which slot will be the prisoner and which slot will be the snake. So it leaves a little bit of room for guessing, where you have to kind of do it by trial and error. Oops, I don't want to take it out. So these three spots were blatantly told you can figure out from the poem. Last two spots, all you have to do is try swapping these two coins if you don't get it the first time. But the idea that the snake is further from the old man and closer to the lady implies that the snake would be between them. And since we already know this one is empty, you can sort of figure out process of elimination. And it's man and woman seeing all. So the part of the poem that mentions man and woman seeing all, the old man is facing right, the prisoner, the woman, is facing left, and they are seeing the only other coin that there is, the snake. It's got to be in between them. And that gives us the Linehouse key. The Linehouse key is a reference to director Adrian Lyne. Adrian Lyne, did I say the director of the movie? The director Adrian Lyne, who directed the movie Jacob's Ladder. And Jacob's Ladder was one of the movies that was very inspirational towards Team Silent when they were making the Silent Hill games, specifically this one. Jacob, the main character, is a Vietnam veteran who comes back from the war suffering from delusions and having difficulty figuring out what is reality. And there's a lot of, as said, similar plays on sort of the subconscious and the idea of reality and alternate realities and like what is real and what is not. And there's even Jacob, the main character, wearing clothes very, very similar to James's clothes here, which is where they most likely got the inspiration for James's outfit. So oops. I didn't hear it. I don't think we got whispers there. My audio is a little bit low, my game audio. But there's a randomized sound effect, and there's a couple of those throughout this game, where sometimes you'll hear a noise and sometimes you won't. And there's whispers that will sometimes happen in that room.
Thanks.
Yoku's, thank you for the $5. Really enjoy the streams, my dude. Appreciate the work you put into them, especially the 24-hour marathons. Thank you, Yoku's. Appreciate the support. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. I mean, especially when I'm playing like Silent Hill 2, it's my pleasure. I absolutely love this game. This game and Metal Gear Solid 2, like, if I was on a desert island and I only had 2 games to play for the rest of my life, and it was Silent Hill 2 and Metal Gear Solid 2, I'd be fine. I'd be happy. That's okay, because those are like my 2 absolute favorite games. So it's a pleasure being able to go through them and kind of play it. Maybe talk about some things that not everybody understood or not everybody knows. And at the same time discuss, there's so much about these games that you can speculate on that's not immediately told to you or flat out told to you ever. So this is by far one of my favorite games to discuss with other fans, which is why I love playing these games on Twitch. Why not Metal Gear Solid 3? Metal Gear Solid 3 had a dumbed down story. It wasn't quite as deep as Metal Gear Solid 2 when it comes to detail and symbolism in the story, which obviously I've been ranting about that for the last 3 hours with this game. It's the most prevalent in Metal Gear Solid 2 out of all the Metal Gear Solid games, so I like it for that a lot more than Metal Gear Solid 3. 3 has more fun, I would say some more fun and better gameplay overall, but the story is kind of watered down and not complex. No, I don't like Raiden. The whole point is that you're not supposed to like Raiden. The whole idea is, can somebody who is not Solid Snake be made into Solid Snake? Yep. If you attack Pyramid Head with anything, you can hit him with a plank. But yeah, if you attack Pyramid Head enough, he leaves sooner. But technically, you don't have to use any supplies there. You don't have to shoot him or attack him at all. You can just avoid him, and eventually he'll go away. But it takes a pretty long time. It's like 8 or 9 minutes. So it's time to meet up with, you can see her there sitting on top of the wall, just barely through the fog. That brat who stepped on her hand.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here, anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
So that's Laura. And she knows Mary. And she knows more than just Mary's name. It's interesting the way that she replies to that. You didn't love Mary anyway. So not only does Laura know Mary, but Mary has talked to Laura about James and given Laura a negative impression. It gives you the idea that Mary wasn't always so nice in the things that she says about James. So we're already going to get little hints of kind of this duality of Mary's personality, her normal kind of sweet nature versus her on her deathbed, counting down the days before a disease takes her life, and how much it affects her personality and how that change in her personality affected the people who she interacted with, like Laura. We know about Laura, and Laura is friends with Mary. We'll learn that later. That Laura was in the same hospital as Mary. Which, by the way, a lot of people talking about the hospital, another common misconception is that the hospital that Mary went to is Brookhaven or Alchemilla, which is not true. They came to Silent Hill for vacation, meaning they came here and then left. They don't live here. So Mary even mentions, you promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Mary never came back to Silent Hill. So she wasn't in any of Silent Hill's hospitals. She was in a hospital somewhere wherever they live. So it's a common misconception that Mary was in a hospital in Silent Hill. That was not the case. So wherever Mary was in a hospital, Laura was in a hospital with Mary. And they got to be friends. It's unknown whether or not Laura, like what's wrong with Laura, if Laura was terminally ill the same as Mary, or if it was something lesser. We never really get any kind of information on that. So this is that park. Mary, are you here? Did they ever let us know where they're really from? It's hinted, very, very mildly hinted, that in Silent Hill 4, Frank Sunderland, well, that's not the hint, that is part of the story. Frank Sunderland is James Sunderland's father, and Frank Sunderland is the superintendent of South Ashfield Heights, the apartment building where Henry lives in Silent Hill 4. And it's implied that James and Mary may have lived in that apartment at some point or another, or at least in that area. They may have lived around South Ashfield. And South Ashfield is about 12 hours of a drive away from Silent Hill. I don't know where it is specifically. That's the most description of it that we get in the games, is that South Ashfield's about 12 hours away from Silent Hill. It's about 12 hours of a drive. I don't know at what speed or whatever. And we can piece enough together from the games that Silent Hill is somewhere in Maine. So 12 hours away from a city in Maine could be in a lot of fucking places. If you drive 12 hours north from some cities in Maine, you're in Canada. So it's like, who knows where South Ashfield is? That'd be pretty amazing if it was in Canada. Alright. Another figure in the fog. We keep running into people like this. Angela in the cemetery, Laura sitting on the wall, and now this woman. This familiar looking woman.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are
My
different.
name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Huh. Or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, fine. I guess. Super hot lady who looks almost exactly like my wife. I guess I'll tolerate you being near me. So that's Maria. She's a manifestation of the town. She is not a real person. She was created by the town. She was given her own will. She is here on her own, by her own choice. But the town gave her life. In a sense, she is Mary reborn, but not really. She's a separate entity created by the town for the purpose of tormenting James and constantly reminding him of his wife and then taking her away. She's a combination of James's own sexual desires combined with Maria. And one of the ways that it's given to us, other than the sub scenario, which kind of blatantly tells us about Maria, we get clues in the main scenario to Maria's existence. And one of the biggest clues is that she never interacts with anybody except for James. She makes up excuses anytime that there's going to be another character involved, or she's not around, conveniently. As for Maria's appearance, she's based on Christina Aguilera. And give me 1 second, and I will pull up a reference. Sorry, 1 second. I really should have... Why is this not coming up? I should have set all this up beforehand. Whatever. Now it's a thing. Do I look like your girlfriend? So that is Christina Aguilera at the 1999 Nickelodeon Teen Choice Awards. And that was 100% the inspiration for Maria's design. So there you go. Christina Aguilera is the real-life Maria. In memory of the 67 who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake. Maria Aguilera. So those people who sleep beneath the lake, those dead bodies out there in the water, we'll learn a little bit more about them. Funny enough, that ties into the Silent Hill arcade game, of all things. Oh. I just want the items. Ah, it hit Maria. Rip Maria ending. Alright. We're going to pick up the dog key, which is going to be used for the dog ending. So I've got the blue gem, which I have not used yet. That's going to be once in Brookhaven, once after the Eddie fight, and then in the hotel room at the end. I still need 3 more. I need to make sure to grab these rebirth ending items. Not forget any of them. The next one's right over here. So again, I'll be showing multiple endings. Whatever normal ending we get for the playthrough. The rebirth ending, the dog ending, and the UFO ending. There we go, the Texan station. This is where you get your steel pipe. Weapon returning from Silent Hill 1. Winds up becoming kind of an iconic Silent Hill weapon. Got the book, Lost Memories. No, Selid, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your question. Let me check. I thought Maria was also a person who lived in Silent Hill as a stripper before the rebirth of sorts. No. Nope. The things that we find, like the poster in the bathroom that has Maria's face on it, an advertisement for Heaven's Night, like all of that, all of her history, everything was Maria being given that by the town. Like, it didn't really happen. She doesn't really exist until James comes to the town. If that was what you meant. That was the only comment I see. The name comes from the legend. So we have the Book of Lost Memories, some history on the spiritual nature of the town and what has happened to the town in the past. The name comes from the legend of the people whose land was stolen from them. They called this place the place of the silent spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. So, this is another good way of sort of talking about the town. This explains a lot of the power and the sort of spirituality behind the power that's affecting things in Silent Hill. It's not just ghosts, it's not dead relatives, it's an actual spiritual force that is in the trees, in the rocks, it's everywhere. It's in everything in the area. According to legend, this is where the most holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. So, the Native Americans were in the land first. They worshipped the spirits that inhabited the area. That they were kicked off and the land was stolen by a first group of settlers. And that is most likely where the introduction of the Catholicism and Christian elements that work their way into the cult and eventually form the order. So, the first group of settlers that took the land from the natives, in those days, this town went by another name. But that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. So it wasn't immediately Silent Hill. There was something in between the Native American settlers and the European settlers. There was something in between the Silent Hill as we know it was settled and the natives being removed from the land. But that name, that town as it was, is lost to time. All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason, the town was once abandoned by its residents. So, everybody vanishing from the town that was settled here is not a new thing. This has already happened to the last town that was settled here. And then more people came, and they decided, let's resettle and call it Silent Hill. And now people are vanishing again. So before I go over to the bowling alley, I'm going to do one of my favorite things, which is to run down this road with Maria. This is heading towards the Historical Society. You don't do that until later. But if you come here now, there are mannequins that will just come flying from off the side there. And it's pretty great. It's one of my favorite things in the game. It's something funny to break up all of the spooky ambient tones. It's creepy too, but I don't know, I mostly find it funny. There's more on this side. Or there should be more. I guess I wasn't far enough. What's really funny is the HD collection. Well, on the HD collection, the fog is so bad that you can see them just laying there. And when they do come flying out, there's no sound effect. Whereas in this, you'll hear them. Like, you hear them hit the ground. Like that. So, like I said, Marie is a manifestation, and here is a little bit of how the town works with manifestations. Manifestations can be made real, they can interact with real things, but because they're created by the town, they can be affected by different people's perception. So one person, so if you have a room in Silent Hill, and you have 2 real people and 1 manifestation in the same room, those 2 people will see that manifested thing as something different than the other person. And this is proven later in this game when we encounter Thomas Orozco, Angela's father. Thomas Orozco is already dead, but we see a town creating a manifestation that is pursuing Angela. Angela sees her father coming after her. We, as James and as the player, have never met Thomas Orozco, and because of that, we see the manifestation as the abstract daddy. With any manifestation, including Maria, it's the same thing. Other people could see that there is something there, but they won't see what James is seeing right now. So, James is about to encounter more real people, Eddie and Laura, and Maria can't be seen by them, otherwise the jig is up. James will know that she is something else, or Eddie and Laura will know and James will think he's going crazy or whatever. It's not something that can be done. So Maria needs an excuse to not come in here.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
Documentary about a guy who lived there up until a few years ago, refused to leave. You're talking about Centralia. Gross. Exclamation point Centralia, by the way, for some information on how it does not relate to the games of Silent Hill at all. Centralia was the basis for how they designed the town for the movie.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh, you're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
Eddie?
Oh. You're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember. But...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? Why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
Forget you. Love the music in the bowling alley. This is one of my favorite tracks.
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
So we have the mystery of Eddie's Pizza. One of the biggest mysteries in all of Silent Hill. Hey, Katie Fryer. Let's grow up a little bit and not tell people to end their lives. You are being a fart face. That is the one rule of the stream. You should not do that. You should not be a fart face. Let's have some respect for each other.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Too fast for you. Yeah, I'll bet. So again, she kind of comes up with her excuse. She doesn't go into the bowling alley. She can't be seen by Eddie and Laura. And we never see... We never see her interact with anybody except for James.
She went through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
Vismarch, thank you for the 100 bits. If viewers going to vote Silent Hill, it doesn't matter if something's already been played on the poll, it's not going to get played again. So if you vote for something that's being played right now, or if you vote for something that's already been played as the marathon goes on, you're throwing away your vote. It's like a vote for Bernie Sanders. I know you're voting for your favorite, but there's just it's not going to happen. But yeah. And basically what's going to happen is everything... Jesus. Whatever game after this has the most votes that has not been played yet is what gets played. And that'll just continue on until till all 24 hours. He called me a loser and said I deep-throated a cock. I was just defending myself. Swear to God, running a fucking daycare. First of all, I didn't ban you. It was just a timeout. And it's disrespectful to have like the alternate account to get around that. So you're already losing a lot more respect from me. Second of all, you can ignore people on Twitch. There's actually a function for that so that you don't see what they say in chat. And then their big mean words can't hurt you. Instead of you being a child and telling people to kill themselves. I'm not going to have that. So how about be the bigger person? And not be such a child.
It's no good. It's locked.
stupid nonsense. And moderators, feel free to time out anybody who is arguing with other people, being assholes, whatever. Just time them out. If people make alternate accounts or whatever, to avoid that, just ban them outright. Report them to Twitch for a permaban for all I care. But moderators, I'm going to leave that to you guys, because I've already wasted enough of my time on it. People didn't come here to watch me discipline fucking adults on the internet, acting like children. Liquor bottles. So this is a good bit of dialogue. The reason I like this so much, and again, this is why I think that earlier, if the juice, the canned juice, can be thrown away as part of a puzzle, like you're getting rid of alcohol, this tells us a little bit of information behind James's relationship with alcohol. Liquor bottles. I don't need that right now. It's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit. To get away from the pain, the loneliness. But the drinking never changes anything. Anyway, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. So we get the idea that James's depressive state sort of drove him to alcoholism. But at the same time, he's focused on what he's doing now. He's not having any distractions. Great music and atmosphere here in Heaven's Night as well. I love the look of it, the lighting with the neon signs. And just this song. All the down-tempo, like, trip-hop influence song. It's a lot of that Portishead influence that Yamaoka was very fond of. Did James cheat on Mary? It's not ever really confirmed, one way or the other. Considering what we sort of learn about his character, I feel like he wouldn't have actually done it, but he would feel guilty for thinking about it and for considering it.
Over there!
Oh yeah, it's obviously with the fog, it's kind of hard to see, but if you look at the name of the hospital, the sign above the door says Brookhaven. And then Brookhaven. Laura said he didn't love her. Well, in reference to Laura making that comment about, Mary said a lot of negative things about James. It doesn't imply that James cheated on her. That's not what Laura said. There's a lot of things that were happening to Mary that she could construe as James not loving her anymore. The fact that he's not visiting as much in the hospital as she becomes more and more emaciated and gets closer and closer to death, and how distant they're going to become after being such a close couple and married for several years and then driven apart by this illness, this disease. Mary was not emotionally processing things the same way that a normal person would. She was on her deathbed. Imagine waiting and having leprosy or skin cancer or something, and, waiting to die, and knowing that you're going to be a burden on your loved ones while you're still alive, and, it's just going to get worse as things get worse, and, you can't do anything about it. Imagine how impactful that would be to you, how you would view the world around you, how you would view the people closest to you, feeling like you're nothing but a burden to them, and feeling like, that you would just be driving them away, and that they would be from your perception, caring for you less because things are not normal anymore. It would be very different. What's up, Katrina? Only have internet on your phone, heading to bed? Oh yeah. Take it easy, Katrina. I'm glad the move was successful. Get some rest. Hopefully you'll be back online soon. Have a good night. Didn't mean to ban evasion. Didn't know I was breaking that rule. Had that account from a long time ago. Yeah. Ban evasion, like using an alternate account to get around like a timeout or a ban, is something that can get you IP banned or permanently banned from Twitch. So don't do that. It's also just disrespectful to a streamer because you're just going around the rules. As said, it's not cool that somebody was saying something to you, but it's not cool to respond to that by telling another person to kill themselves. Like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with people today, just casually throwing that shit around. But I don't take it lightly. And I don't have any respect for people who can easily say that to somebody else. So, like I said, let's just not even get to that point of negativity in the chat. I like to keep things as positive as I can here. And at the very least, respectful. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. So this is the note I was talking about earlier. That's a good way of describing the town itself. It's not, multiple dimensions. It's not the fog ban, so on and so forth. Fog world. I'm trying to read chat and talk at the same time. Fog ban. Fog world, other world, real world. It's not like that. And Bane Reeker, thank you for the 100 bits. Is that a flashlight on James' chest, or is he happy to see Maria on what? Like a giant flashlight-shaped dick coming out of his chest? Is that the joke, Bane? I don't get it. That's weird. But thank you for the 100 bits. But yeah, this idea that, the other side, consider that's talking about the other world. It's not the best way to phrase it. There's no wall between here and there. It's on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It can make things that are not real into reality. It can make reality, elements of reality, no longer real. It can basically have almost complete control on the people, on the minds, on the things that exist in its area and at any time, past, present, and future, and use elements from all of that. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher, or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind. But to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. Got the purple bull key. One nice thing about Maria compared to Silent Hill 4, at the very least, if there is a if you're going to have to do an escort, mission where you're leading somebody around, Maria at least is kind enough to teleport with you to wherever you go. Like, you can see it's actually kind of weird because she'll just be in the room standing somewhere like she was waiting for you. Plywood, thank you so much for that host. How are you doing, man? Let me read this as well. This is an interesting note. It seems to be about the patients hospitalized here. So, just like I said, the town can kind of create things and bring things up that are relevant. These notes are relevant to the characters, the main characters in the game. They reflect the personalities of our three main characters, James, Eddie, and Angela. So we have Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he's normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Horror Gaming, thank you for resubscribing 2 months in a row. Thank you so much for continuing to support the channel. Yeet. Yeah. So, Jack Davis, this suicidal patient, is very, very similar, based on this writing, to Angela. The suicidal tendencies, normally a model patient, but sudden violent suicide attempts. You can see from our interactions with Angela how quickly her personality can change. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. So this is James, a very, very similar condition to James. James, his illness is rooted in the fact that he believes he's guilty of his wife's death, rather than his daughter, and he himself has had a psychotic break. He came to Silent Hill to kill himself with the body of his wife in his car. Had a psychotic break, had the delusion that his wife's already been dead for 3 years, and wrote him a letter to call him to Silent Hill. Not that he went there to kill himself. Like, that was his psychotic break. The creatures that we see stalking him are his paranoid delusions made flesh by the town. Normally calm. James is normally somewhat calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. We'll see that a little bit later. And Joshua Lewis. Corndog, thank you for the bit. Kappa 1. Josh Lewis. History of hospitalization as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. So this is very, very similar to Eddie. The idea that Eddie has the tendency to solve things through violence, as we're going to see from his character more and more as the game goes on. Persecution complex. He's always feeling judged and that people are attacking him, after him, bullying him, calling him names, and his way of solving that is to just shoot them. Just kill them. Extreme caution is necessary. And yeah, just to reiterate, the poll, which there's a link to in chat, and you can type !order at any time to bring that up. I think it's got like a 1-minute cooldown, so people can't just spam it. But if you have not voted already, you can vote for what game is going to be played next. This is going on throughout the entire marathon. Anything that has been played already will not be replayed. You can vote for multiple games. So if there is a game that you want to see played during the marathon, feel free to vote for it, and I'll just be going through whatever has the most votes and has not been played during the marathon will just be what I play next, and it'll just continue until we hit 24 hours. So if you want to see those fan games, get in there and vote for them. And keep in mind, it doesn't necessarily have to be at the top. It just has to show up during the marathon before 24 hours. Although, considering the rate at which I'm going through these games, talking about stuff and explaining stuff, we might not even get to more than like 4 games or so.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Alright, got the shotgun and the bent needle. There's something inside the pocket of the white lab jacket. The examination room key. We'll head there next. But first, I want to look at this. Come on. It's actually hard to get the text on screen at the same time as the poster. There it is. This is no time to be looking at a stupid poster. It's a sexy blonde lady in a bikini. What is it with sexy blonde ladies? Obviously, again, elements from James's mind, sort of painting the world around him, changing reality. What ending are we going for here? Multiple endings. We're going to be doing the dog ending, the UFO ending, the rebirth ending, and one of the normal endings. Whatever we get for the playthrough. In fact, speaking of that, I'm going to be mostly going for the in-water ending. And examining Angela's knife actually counts towards that. You can further... Let's go use that examination room key. You can... This puzzle solution's always the same, so you can brute force it, actually. But, I obviously like showing the solutions. Medical records on the desk, nothing interesting. But can you kiss it? No, sadly not. Can't do as much with it as Metal Gear Solid 2. There's a memo hanging on the refrigerator. Food only. Do not store drugs. So you actually visit Brookhaven in Silent Hill 3 as well, and if you examine the fridge, the memo is still on there. But there is a health drink in there in Silent Hill 3, and Heather comments on it. Alright. The pin number this month is T. Last month it was X, and before that it was Z. But what are they going to do next month? That's all they can express with 4 numbers. Anyway, does the door to the patient wing really need to have its combination changed this often? Should play Soundless Mountain. It's by the same guy who made Lone Survivor. I played a little bit of it to test it out when I downloaded it, make sure it was working. Obviously, I'll play more for it if it comes up during the marathon. But that's entirely up to you guys. So, the password is T, and you literally just have to draw out a capital T from the beginning and end of each line. So 1 to 3 to make the top line, and then 2 to 8 to make the center line.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Yeah, coughing from a hangover. And that's supposed to be obvious, you know. If you're familiar with a hangover, she's not doing anything to show symptoms of a hangover. She's definitely showing signs that are similar to when Mary was first getting sick, and this is done intentionally. James subconsciously is the reason for this. So I got the roof key.
James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't thought about that.
I'll be okay soon. Did you find Laura?
So there you go. A little bit of extra dialogue if you talk to Maria a couple more times. Is he changing Maria to fit his vision of Mary then? It could be one of two things, essentially. The town is causing her to be that way in order to force James to remember Mary and her illness, or because Maria is being influenced by James's subconscious and Maria reminds James of Mary, James's own thoughts about Mary becoming ill could be affecting the way Maria is. It's, again, just speculation. There's nothing in the games or from any of the developers to confirm that one way or the other. But those are the most plausible explanations, given what we do know. So I got the lapis eye key, some ammunition. Scattered paper, just plain white paper. And a typewriter. There's a typewriter here. I've got no use for this. I always kind of wondered if this was a little subtle jab at Resident Evil. Typewriter? Who needs a typewriter? Wait a minute. What's this? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. I know it. The secret. I'll give them something to deal with this demon shelter. It's no use anymore. He's my instrument. He must follow my orders, yes. The box will be useless. Now I must not forget it. 1327. That's good. He's the lowest now. I too will be free, and he will serve me. I am a genius. No one can stop me. One can stop me. No one can stop me. Can stop. Can stop. No. No. Seems like a very sane, rational person. But we do need that number. 1327. We got the key to the roof in the room with Maria. So there's some interesting stuff up here. You'll notice the fences. So everything's blocking off the edge of the roof. And you can get an idea as to why by reading this diary. Reading this diary is optional, and it also adds towards the in-water ending. So if you're ever playing this game and going for a specific ending, these are some of the things that you can do to sort of guide the game towards a particular ending. Although, again, the way this game determines endings is very, very arbitrary and strange and inconsistent, I would say. So even if you do everything leading towards one ending, sometimes you'll get a different one, totally by surprise. But yeah, for the most part, you can kind of guide the game and get a particular ending. And this diary counts towards in water. May 9th. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here, nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic, weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11th. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? There's actually a typo there. Can it really be such a sin? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. So, it may be selfish. It's just too hard. Like, this is somebody with a terminal illness, very similar to Mary, contemplating suicide. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released, that I've got to go home. The diary ends here. There are no more entries. What was a diary doing up here? So the idea is that this patient, just like the other notes, sort of reflect James and Angela and Eddie's character. This note gives us Mary's character. This terminal patient who was depressed, didn't feel like themselves because of the medication that they were on. They were told that they have to go home because they were about to die, not because they were getting better. And they chose instead to die on their own terms by coming up to the roof of Brookhaven, writing their final journal entry, and leaping from the roof of Brookhaven to take their own life. And these fences are a result of that action, so that other patients are not able to do the same thing. The metal net is rusty and falling apart. Looks if I could push hard. If I push hard, I could move it away. So you'll notice the attack from Pyramid Head that knocks you through the fence appropriately damages you. You are 2 hits away from death. The idea, it's sort of strange. You're essentially supposed to be on the brink of death. But the way that the game calculates health until you die is sort of strange. Pyramid Head takes you down to 1 HP, basically. When you get hit at 1 HP, you go to 0 HP, and you're still alive. Once you get hit at 0, you die. So the state that we're in right now, we're 2 hits away from death. So I'm going to go ahead and heal. Although healing after taking damage does count towards the leave ending, but because I've been examining Angela's knife and reading the optional note on the roof, I can still get away with some healing without affecting the ending. Something is written on the wall. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. So this is Joseph Barkin's padded room. What's up, Mama Muti? You can subscribe, if you so choose. I got partnered March 17th. So we're already in May. So we're a couple weeks away from 3 months. Mama Muti, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for so choosing. I appreciate the support. Enjoy the emotes. We should have some new emotes at some point. Right now, Meep is working on some stuff. And I'm still working out some ideas for other emotes. I know Trina's wrapping up with school and going to be able to help me out with some more artwork and stuff soon. So we're going to have some more emotes in the near future. All right. 1659. Turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. 1659. So these numbers are these numbers are randomized every time you play the game. And even if you manage to get into the code and or make save states in order to see what the numbers are before looking at them, the game actually doesn't let you use those numbers. It doesn't let you use those codes, even if it's the correct codes, until you go look at them in the game. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, no worries, Katie Fryer. It's good. Something written on the wall. Luis, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. Hey, Lauren. So the 4 written out like the number 4 on this message, I feel like it's a hint that Luis being taken care of. I think this hair is Luis, or maybe it came from Luis. Equinox, thank you for the 100 bits. Just want to pay respect before I KO. Keep up the good work. Hopefully I'll be able to catch more of the stream in the morning. I'll still be going. We got 20 more hours of this. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Hope you can get some sleep. Yeah, Lauren. I mean, I thought you've been here. I was curious why you were saying hey. Oh, because Aragoth said hi to you. My bad. My bad. Also, it's hard for me to tell when people are like here and then leave and then come back sometimes. All right. So the number 4 is written out, and we need 4 keys to open the box. So we've got the purple bowl key. We've got the lapis eye key. And that removes these 2 locks. And then we have these 2. So we've got 1 number from a typewriter and 1 number from the wall. 1327 is the number on the paper. And 1659. 1327, 1659. Oh, was it not? $16.59, not 29. Black Bullfrog. Black Bullfrog, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you for supporting me, supporting the channel. Glad you're enjoying the marathon. Thank you again. Nothing inside the box. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. Got a piece of hair. Yeah, I'm gonna stream. That's all that's going on. I'll sit and watch this and pretend I was gonna stream. That works. I know I have moments like that too, where I'm like getting ready to stream and then somebody is streaming already that I just want to watch. So there's something stuck in the drainage pipe. The hole's too small. I can't get my hand inside to reach it. Maybe if I had a long, narrow tool of some kind. It's a good thing we have several. Freedom. Dude, Freedom, thank you for resubscribing. That 2nd month in a row. That 2nd month of $24.99 sub in a row. Wait. No, because I just got that. So yeah, Freedom, dude, thank you. So yeah, it would have been a normal sub the first month. The first month. Oh God, I can't talk already. It's only been 4 hours. And you just did a $24.99. You're like the first $24.99 sub. Thank you so much, Freedom. That's awesome. Appreciate that. Thank you for the continued support. So we got our long, narrow tool. We can combine the bent needle with the hair we just worked so diligently to get. Gives us the elevator key. Woo. Cutting it close. Cutting it close. $24.99 subs should get a crown on their sub emotes. On their sub badge. Well, I don't know, a badge or something would be cool. Although there's already, like, I don't know. I feel like Twitch has kind of overdone it on the badges now. There's so fucking many. I can make custom emotes for, like, if you sub at $9.99 or $24.99. But I didn't want to do that because I felt like I always want to try to include as many people as I can. Like, I never want to put a whole lot of anything behind a paywall. Like, as of right now, the only thing that there is obviously if you subscribe in any form, whether it's a free Twitch Prime sub or a $24.99 sub or whatever, you get the channel emotes. But I don't like locking off certain emotes for people who pay more, and I don't know. It seems a bit favoritist and unfair, and it's just not something I really want to do. Oops, I need to go to floor 1. Private cucumber streams? I don't think so. I don't think so. Haven't been around much last 2 to 3 weeks. Was in the hospital. I'm sorry to hear that, Freedom. I hope you're doing all right.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You hurt me!
You fart face. That's where the channel rule comes from, of course. Don't be a fart face. One second. Before we fight the grossest named boss in a Silent Hill game, Flesh Lips. Before we fight Flesh Lips, Kev Money 008. Thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate the support, dude. Kev Money. And if you want the alert to show up on screen again for anybody who subscribes, or if you just don't know that Twitch made this change, if you subscribe to a channel and their alert doesn't go off, you have to refresh your chat, and then it'll tell you can share your subscription, kind of like a resub. It'll have a button for it in your chat up at the top. So just as a heads up, if you're wondering, like, why did I sub and there was no thing? I can still see it. There's just no alert. Oh, another thing, while I've got a moment before I do this fight. You can type !order in chat to get a link to the straw poll and vote on what game I'm going to be playing after Silent Hill 2. Keep in mind, I notice people are still voting for Silent Hill 2. Don't vote for Silent Hill 2. I'm already playing Silent Hill 2. I'm not going to play Silent Hill 2 again. Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4 are currently tied at 89 votes each. Followed by Silent Hill 1 and then Silent Manor, the original fan game. So feel free to go in, type !order, click on the link, go to the straw poll, vote. You can vote for multiple games. You can pick all of your favorites. Or you can pick only one, whatever you want to do. Whatever has the most votes after I finish Silent Hill 2 is going to be what I play. Hey, what's up, Adiel? It has been a while. I'm doing good, doing good. I just got partnered on Twitch last month. Well, March 17th, so about a month ago. So I've been streaming and stuff a bit more. I'm going to actually be, as time goes forward, I'm kind of wrapping up with all other things and having, like, not as much to do but stream. So I'm going to start streaming a lot more often in the months to come. But yeah, otherwise I'm doing good. This is also first marathon. Well, it's been about a month. And the last marathon was not a straight through marathon. I did 12, actually it was like 15 or 16 hours, and my internet cut out. I'm going to hurry things along a little bit more so we can try to get to more games during the marathon. But, yeah, I don't know. Kind of lost my train of thought. It's difficult trying to, like, remember things that I'm going to talk about in the story and then, like, actually remember what I'm doing in the game. I'm bad at the streaming thing, you guys. Can't play these games. I have anxiety. It's a bit too much for my nerves. Like watching other people play. I know a lot of people like that. Hirimi, actually. A lot of you who watch the stream know Hirimi. We've been playing through Metal Gear Solid 5 on Saturdays. If you're interested in coming by to watch that. But Hirimi's the same way. He's really awful with horror games. He likes to watch them. But he gets spooked super easy. So he doesn't like playing them. So it's going to be Silent Hill 3, then Silent Hill 4. We still got several hours of playing this game, and voting is open for the entirety of the marathon. So, and as viewers come in who have not voted, and as people who are watching that have not voted start to vote, whatever has the most votes after I finish Silent Hill 2 is what gets played. So we won't know what the order is until we get there.
James!
Votes can go
Mary?
a lot in either direction still.
Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
So we get some interesting insight into Maria's character now. She's sort of just been following us along and not really doing a whole lot and saying a whole lot for a while. And now after we've separated from her, when she laid down, she started feeling sick. She catches back up to us. And she's very emotional. She says that she feels that James is supposed to be taking care of her, which is a feeling that is a remnant from Mary's personality. And then we learn that she has these memories. Basically Mary's thoughts, Mary's memories, Mary's feelings. They're all part of Maria. They're part of how the town created her. She has all of this knowledge, which is why she has feelings for Laura. And it's why she has, this idea that, this sense to protect her. And what's up, Silly Pole? And yeah, again, this is a viewer's choice marathon. If you have not voted yet and would like to vote on the next game to play, you can type !order in the chat and follow that link. You can vote for multiple games. Whichever game has the most votes after I finish Silent Hill 2 will be what gets played next. I keep forgetting this is my first time doing a normal run using the controller and this type of control setup. So a little bit of explanation behind that, because it's probably sounds a little bit weird when I'm like, this console game that I'm not used to playing on controller. It's like, let me explain. I'm a speedrunner. Trust me, I'm a speedrunner. So if you look at your control type, you have two different types here: rotational style and directional style. Rotational style is your typical tank controls, which is what I prefer. And for the last 2.5 years, I've been speedrunning Silent Hill 2, and I play that game using rotational style controls, and I play on the keyboard and mouse. However, it's actually faster. It was discovered by a speedrunner named Super Gamer. Super Gamer discovered that changing over to the controller and using the directional style and memorizing the camera positions, every single camera change in the game, turns out that's faster. Because you don't have to quick turn and you don't have to strafe. You cut out a lot of unnecessary movement over the entire run, and it shaves a lot of time off over everything. So I've been having to relearn how to speedrun this game using these controls after spending the last 2.5 years running it with rotational controls on a keyboard. So it's a very powerful muscle memory. If any of you speedrun, you probably know what I mean. You get very used to running a game in one way. It's very difficult to retrain your hands and your brain to kind of play it in the new control scheme. So you may notice that I'm not playing this game very good. I'm getting hit a lot. And I'm surprised I managed to get through the Flesh Lips fight without taking damage. But yeah, it's a little awkward. You may see me fumbling with stuff every once in a while because of that.
Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally, slivered teeth. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Dane. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
What was that? What was that? I honestly don't have a good answer. It's Silent Hill having a bizarre sense of humor that was kind of unique to the first couple of Team Silent games. Really only the first 3 games. You have these dark, depressing atmosphere, very, very serious, relatable, like real downer fucking type of game, and then random bizarre moments like that just offset it and feel so bizarre and uncomfortable. You do get a little bit of lore, that's true, Aragoth, because he's mentioning things about the town, and you get a little more information about like Walter Sullivan and you know, some of the areas around Silent Hill, but it's bizarre. There's something that looks like a refrigerator. Open it.
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
It's one of my favorite, like, goofy line deliveries in the game. Thanks. That's why that's one of my donation sound effects. What's up, D. Marty? Made a clip of James in the elevator shaking his head to the trivia choice. Oh, yeah. Let's, let's go open that box. So the trivia choices, you plug in your answers over here. Beard of Truth. Beard of Truth, thank you for the 100 bits. Beardy. This is not it. A lot of good supplies in here. So, if you remember me shaking my head in the elevator to the answers, it was question 1. You can see question 1, question 2, question 3, choice 1, choice 2, choice 3. So that was 3, 1, 3. Tons of shotgun ammo, a couple of ampules, really good stuff. Rip, I failed. What's up, Mello? No space in between cheer and the number. Super awesome that you're doing this marathon. Currently recovering from a surgery. Your soothing voice is helping me fall asleep. Had to support one of my favorite streamers, however. I could have an awesome stream. Why is everybody having to go to the hospital? You guys, I hope you're feeling better, Mello. I really hope you are doing well. What's up, Beard? OHN boss. Since I can't type it at the moment. You know what? I've had it with these nurses. Mello, you did it! Thank you for the 35 bits. Get out of there. Ah, fuck. Don't reload, you dummy. Marth, thank you for the 19 bits. The 19 winking Kappa bits. I know I'm almost dead. I'm also trying not to heal when I don't have to. Wait. I already have the key. Because healing, when you take damage, leads you towards the leave ending. And I would much rather try to get the in water ending. Or the Maria ending. Anything but the leave ending. That is, like, my least favorite ending. It's just boring. Oops. There's a note on the ground. Inside is some kind of hard-to-read writing. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. Criminal. Rip Maria. So this is the first time that we lose Maria. And this is the entire reason for her existence. This is why the town made her. Is to remind James of his wife, to let him have time to be around her and get somewhat close to her, and then take her away. It's forcing him to relive that feeling of loss over and over. There's an old book here about the history of Silent Hill. Read it. I want so bad for you to read that book, James. Books about medicine, the town, and the region are lined up here. I don't have the time to stand around reading all this. I've got 19 and a half hours, James. We can read those books. It's fine. All this information that we just don't have. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. So we've got a key, we've got a map. If you look at the bottom right-hand corner of this map, there's even an advertisement for the Lakeview Hotel. We will be visiting later. If you look at the top right, you can see a boat, presumably like a boat tour on Lake Toluca. Wonder if that's the Little Baroness 2 or 3 or however many they lost since 1918. Want to watch Origins just so Nub can tear it a new one? I mean, I get to rant every once in a while with Origins, but most of the time it's just, I don't know, I find the game really fucking boring. Copy them onto my map. Got the hospital lobby key. Like, I don't mask the fact that I'm a Team Silent fanboy at all. I think the guys who were on Team Silent were really intelligent game developers who knew how to make a really effective horror game, psychological horror game. And I don't think that any of the people who worked on any of the games after 4 come anywhere close to that level of understanding psychological horror gameplay. That is my opinion. Everyone's allowed to have their own opinion. And that's fine. Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Laura has run off somewhere. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking revenge? Doesn't quite say it, though. I'm gonna find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. So there's a glitch you can do here. By entering and leaving the hospital quickly. Oh, hold on. It's a bit harder to do with these controls, honestly. Dang it. You can get the piano music to continue outside. I wonder if because I'm running it at these settings, I can't get the glitch to happen. Hold on. Let me see if I can, if this is actually a control thing. Oh right, I don't have that configured. Keyboard controls work? Yes. So this is me using keyboard and tank controls. You do a lot of strafing and quick turning as compared to James running all over the place. Yeah, first try. As soon as I switch the controls. First try? Alright. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm not as close to death as I thought. What? Did opening the menu? Hold on. I'm sorry, I have to play around with this. I've never had this happen before. So, the glitch stopped working when I got hit. Either when I got hit or when I opened the menu. Yeah, I'm playing on PC. But it just, like, hard stopped the hospital music. There we go. Got it back. I didn't have to switch the controls that time. Okay. Now it's working. I guess getting hit or opening up the menu makes the music stop playing. How weird. What gamepad am I using? I'm just using a normal Xbox 360 wired controller. It's not the best controller in the world, to be honest. I'm going to replace it soon. I'm thinking I'm going to pick up a... I'm just going to pick up an Xbox One controller and a PlayStation 4 controller. Because, like, I prefer the... Honestly, I prefer the design and the feel and everything of a PS4 over the Xbox. But there are a couple things I like about the Xbox One pad more. Plus, it's more compatible. But, yeah. Why two controllers? Well, because I'm going to be getting a PlayStation 4 anyway. So, I'm going to need a spare controller for that. So I'm just going to be getting a PS4 controller with a PS4. The Xbox One, I'm not going to buy the actual console. But, again, I know the controller is... it's easier to set up with a lot of games. I know the PS4 controller can be kind of a pain in the ass to set up for some games. And I play a lot of bizarre things and old games that are not compatible with a lot of things easily. So I'm just, for the sake of having options, some games and some things that I play might take to one controller better than another. Are there any compatibility mods for this? I had issue running it. Yes, you have to do a lot of tweaking to get these games to run on modern hardware. First off, they're even more difficult if you're running like Windows 10. I use Windows 7, so it's one of those things where it still takes a lot of work, but you can get it going, obviously. You have to like make sure that it's running only on a single core if you've got a multi-core processor, which most people will. You have to set like the processor affinity and everything. There's a lot of compatibility mods and stuff you can find out there for making it in widescreen resolution. You can make it run at 60 FPS. You can fix an audio loop glitch that can happen with a patch that's out there. So like, there's a lot of stuff out there. It can be kind of difficult to find though. You know, I'll wait at Bar Neely's. This is where you find the hyperspray. It's right here. Since I do speedruns, I usually get a very low rank, which is why it looks like the most basic hyperspray, or maybe like the second level hyperspray, I think. So it'll make enemies unable to move for a little bit, but it doesn't actually hurt them. It's not very good. If you get 10 star on a playthrough, and then on your subsequent playthrough, like load that file and pick up the hyperspray, it'll be a green hyperspray that like pretty much one-shots everything. What's up, Christopher? When can we hope for a Silent Hill 4 story playthrough? If enough people vote for it, and if I have enough time in the marathon, sometime in the next 19 hours. Otherwise, I don't really plan things like that, so eventually. But I can't really give you like a time or a day. Emulating a 360 controller works fine. Never got issues with it. See, I had issues with like using my PlayStation 3 controller on my computer, and I used like DS3 tool to make the drivers and stuff work, and emulate it as a 360 controller basically. But certain games and things wouldn't work properly with it, because there are a lot of games like this and like Silent Hill 4 that are very, very finicky about setting up controllers, that it wound up being a huge pain in the ass. But when I do it with the 360 controller, it was pretty easy. I have the 360 controller, and I use a program called XPatter that lets me reconfigure the triggers, because the triggers normally read as an axis instead of buttons. So you can use XPatter to make the triggers read as buttons. You can make the D-pad read as buttons, and use all of that to configure your controls much better. And yeah, that's all you need. 360 thing, and the basic driver for it, and XPatter, and it works. That's the main reason I use a 360 controller. I don't even own a 360. It's just because it's very easily compatible with a lot of games on PC. Alright, so we got our wrench, we got our letter. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to that society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. So, the town has gone from having these sort of subliminal hints and things that are sort of guiding James from one place to the other. Now we're getting notes that directly name him. They are speaking to him. People who are possibly don't exist anymore are leaving notes behind for James. It's only the power of the town allow something like that to really happen. Cafe Mist. So, Bar Neely's was mentioned on that note in the camper, and that is here. There was a hole here. It's gone now. One of the most infamous messages in this game, in the series. People who've never even played the game know about this phrase. And I think the reason behind that is just because it's such an eerie thing that has no definite explanation. There's no answer for this. There's a lot of things to speculate on, but nothing to confirm one way or the other, any of that. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. Again, another message from the town directly to James. Not obscure, not, symbolic. Speaking to him directly. Makes me wonder if there's someone bricked up behind that wall. It's not a wall. It's glass. See? You can see the other side of the newspaper on the glass here. It's this wall. It's actually a window. It's like the storefront. If you don't get around to playing some of those fan games listed in the poll for this marathon, do you think you might play them some other time on stream for us? I've never seen them before. Yeah, absolutely. Some of the fan games that are on the list I've played before on stream. Some of them I have not played at all. I downloaded them and have them, but never actually messed around with them. But yeah, at some point, like I said, I don't schedule anything. I just kind of play stuff as I feel like it, but eventually I will stream absolutely everything that is on the list. I basically just included everything that I have as things to vote for. And eventually, as I get stuff, I'll add to that list. If I get a PlayStation 4 with PT will get added for future viewer choice marathons. If I get a PlayStation TV and Book of Memories will get added to that list, and I'll play it for a future marathon. Think about that. A future marathon might actually be nothing but my first playthrough of Book of Memories for 24 straight hours. If you want to watch me in a really bad mood, just slowly going insane, that's the stream I recommend you come back for. Don't schedule anything like Metal Gear Solid 5. Well, Metal Gear Solid 5 is scheduled. That's scheduled just because I have to figure out when Hirimi can actually come by and play it. So Metal Gear Solid 5 is guaranteed always on Saturdays. Although his schedule actually just changed at work. So even Metal Gear Solid 5 is going to be on, I think, Wednesdays now. The ground is raised up only here. Could there be something under here? Dig. I want to point out here that James can dig in the ground with his hands. That might not seem like such a big deal, but in Silent Hill Downpour, to get the surprise ending, you have to go around digging up a bunch of Silent Hill references, and you have to have a shovel to dig up soft dirt. Murphy can't do it with his hands, but James can. Checkmate, Downpour fans. Use the wrench. Got the old bronze key. For the whole set for $50, you can get them for even less. It's worth it at that price. Yeah. I've seen PSTVs for about the same, like $50. And copies of Book of Memories are stupid cheap because nobody really cares about the game. So eventually that'll happen. That will be something that I'm going to get. So you're saying James is the Chuck Norris of Silent Hill? No. As much as I don't like the game, that honor goes to Travis Grady. Travis is the first motherfucker to come to this town and just punch people. The Room is your favorite Silent Hill. Recently started playing it again. I like The Room. I don't like the gameplay for the second half of the game. That's the biggest problem with Silent Hill 4 for me. Is the second half of the game is a fucking chore to play. But I like the story. I like the characters, except for Henry. But he's supposed to be a generic everyman character to just kind of be protagonist man. I just feel like they didn't give him any character. Like, they gave him so little compared to, like, Heather. In the previous game, like, Heather had a lot of personality, a lot of character. It came through in the cutscenes. It came through in the dialogue when you examine things. Henry was just a stoner photographer who was locked in his apartment and says, "What the hell?" He's not even really related to the whole Walter thing. He's just the guy unlucky enough to live in 302 after Joseph. So, I don't know. Aside from those things, I really like 4. 4, I like the overall themes. I like the story. I love Walter as a character. Bomba. Yes, you are correct. So, this is where Pyramid Head comes from. This painting in the Historical Society. Apparently, this is an actual painting that is in the Historical Society. This is something that fans debated about for a long time, and Masahiro Ito, the Team Silent's main artist, the guy who drew this art that we're looking at right now, Masahiro Ito actually confirmed this on Twitter. When James and Mary came to Silent Hill for vacation, they came to the Historical Society, they saw this painting, and this is where the look of Pyramid Head comes from, outside of James's mind. That's why he takes on this appearance. Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. It's him. Triangle face. Oh, shit. I did not use the blue gem. Shit. And I don't have a save back in Brookhaven. I don't think I used the blue gem after the Flesh Lips fight. RIP UFO ending. Well, I can still get the Obsidian Goblet. And we can still do Rebirth and Dog ending. This is speedrun time? Yeah. Let's get going with this playthrough. We'll go get the Dog ending, the Rebirth ending, and the normal ending. And then I'll do a speedrun for the UFO ending. I don't think I'm going to play Born from a Wish this time through, just because I want to move on to more games. Get to as many games during the marathon as I can with, you know, obviously I'm not going to speedrun through the whole thing, but we are going to hurry along. And yes, again, for those who just got here or those who don't know, it's viewer's choice. You can vote for what game we play next. Exclamation point order is the command to bring up a link. You can vote for multiple games, whatever game has the most votes and hasn't already been played. So don't vote for Silent Hill 2. We're already playing it. But whatever has the most votes and has not already been played is what we'll play after this. And so on and so forth until we hit 24 hours. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. I can't read the rest. What is this? So like I said, the town can bring back all these elements of the past, including information about this prison that dates back as far as 1820. Okay, so people talking about Silent Hill 4 not being a Silent Hill game, being a Silent Hill game, that debate has been going on for far too long. Give me a moment. Let me whip out some resources on you people reading the Silent Hill wiki. All right. Check it out. There's a link in chat. This is from August 31st, 2004, very shortly after the release of Silent Hill 4, an interview with Masashi Tsubuyama and Akira Yamaoka. Pay very close attention. About halfway down, the question is it true that the room was not originally going to be part of the Silent Hill series and that this was only changed partway through development? Masashi Subayama replies, "In a sense, this is true, because the game began life as simply Room 302. However, it was always at least a spin-off of Silent Hill, not Silent Hill, a spin-off, and the most important thing was simply that it'd be different to the previous games. The most important thing is that it was different from all the previous Silent Hill games. Certainly, if Silent Hill had not existed, we would not have gotten the idea for the room. So in that sense, they have always been together. So it was a spin-off game, unrelated to Silent Hill, in its initial stages, in its initial development. Later, throughout the development, they decided to make it a full-on entry into the Silent Hill series, but that was not the initial intention. It was not intended to be a Silent Hill game from the beginning. It was a spin-off inspired by Silent Hill that was trying in every way to be something else. But that's not as marketable, so it wound up becoming a full-fledged Silent Hill entry. It's sort of like Siren. You wouldn't consider the Siren games part of the Silent Hill games, but a member of Team Silent worked on it, and it was inspired by his work on Silent Hill. That was what Room 302 was going to be. It was going to be like Siren. It was going to be a different type of survival horror game, loosely based and inspired by Silent Hill, among many other things, but it was going to be its own thing. All right. A photo's hanging here. Toluca Prison Camp. Built during the Civil War, later became Toluca Prison. Okay. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. So, this is particularly interesting because those two methods of death apply very heavily towards Mary and Maria. Mary herself was not strangled, but smothered by James. Very similar. And skewering is one of the methods that Maria will die later on. Crimson and White Banquet for the Gods. So the Crimson and White is a reference to two of our rebirth ending items, one of which we don't have yet. The white is a reference to the White Chrism. The hole's dark and I can't see anything. Gotta jump down. The game gives you the idea that you're given a choice, but ultimately it's necessary to progress in the game. And this game is full of a lot of things like that, where it makes you make uncomfortable decisions. It forces you into situations where you would do things you don't normally want to do. So, because we're playing the PC version, it is possible using glitches to get all the way to this part of the game and not have a melee weapon. You can skip picking up the wooden plank. You don't have to pick up the steel pipe. You don't have to get the chainsaw. And if you get to this well, this part of the game right here, with no melee weapon, you softlock the game. There's no way to shoot your way out of here. It's just a wall. It'd be impossible to climb this. Huh, this is different. Just this spot here feels different than a normal wall. Wonder if I could somehow break it. So I'm going to make a hard save right here. I'm going to show you a glitch that's used for the speed run, and then I'm going to reload the save and do the room normally. So you can skip this room entirely on the PC. Well, not entirely. You have to come in, but you can skip having to deal with the bugs and the RNG password to get out of here by picking up this item. And as you're doing the animation to pick it up, you quick save the game, run over to the door, quick save the game again, and reload that quick save. So now the game is in a really weird state. There's a key on the ground because technically we didn't pick it up. We interrupted picking it up by quick saving when we shouldn't have. So the room is like, okay, well, there's a key on the ground, so your flashlight still works and the door is not locked. But because you were bending down to pick up the key, the game assumed that you weren't going to interrupt your animation and puts it in your inventory. So we have one in our inventory and one on the ground. So in a speedrun, on PC, you don't deal with that random bug room at all. Using this glitch, you just get the key, duplicate it, and then use it to open the door. Cool trick. Strange Area 2. I like that that's the name of this place. The official name for this place that we're in right now is Strange Area 2. I don't think I ever made a save here, so I've never seen that area name. Strange Area 2. Can you imagine playing like Dark Souls and getting to a new place and having it be like boom boom? It does, the little chime when you find a new area. It's like Strange Area 2. Weird place number 7. Alright, give me the spiral writing key. This time, I'm not going to interrupt the animation, and the room triggers like normal. Your flashlight stops working. Pushing the button to try to get it to work. I press the switch, but nothing happens. So it kind of flickers. Does it soft lock if you pick up the second? No. You can soft lock by mistiming the quick save, but technically you can actually sit there and duplicate that over and over and over. I guess eventually the game will fuck up and realize something's wrong and crash. So, back in the hospital, we picked up a light bulb, or excuse me, not a light bulb, a battery. It's the same type of battery as the flashlight. So since our flashlight stopped working, we can replace the battery. And now the room is full of bugs. And here is your puzzle. You don't get a clue, you don't get a note. All you know is that it's 3 digits, and these 3 buttons are slightly lighter than the rest of the buttons. So it's some random combination of these 3 numbers. And this is random every time you play the game, which is why it's very nice that you can skip this in a speedrun, because it can take you up to 6 possible guesses to get this right. Let's see if I get it on the first try. I'm going to go 5, 3, 2. Two, 3, 5. 3, 2, 5. 3, 5, 2. Stop. Stop it, bugs. Ah, shit. They might actually kill me. Gotta heal. What did I try? Five, 2, 3. Five, 2, 3, 2, 5. James, please stop. Just... This is why it's good to skip this room. It's 2, 5, 3. It's got it. Yep. Yep. I lost track of which ones I had tried already and kind of just started over there. But yeah, you can see how easy it is for that room to kind of be a shitstorm. So, that gives us the key and the legit way. And I need to take a short break. Whoops. But I will be right back in just a few minutes. I just need to run to the restroom, grab myself another drink, stretch my legs. So I will be back in just a moment, and we will jump down this hole, which is actually a hallway, if you look at the perspective of it. But yeah, I'll be back in a moment. Ah. Just kidding. All right. Somebody dozed off, and hopefully that woke them up. We're back. It's time to jump through the hallway. The whole hallway. We've got the doors on either side. The gate that we just opened up. You can even see the fluorescent lights on the part on the bottom right. It's pitch black beyond the door. I can't tell how far the blackness stretches. I didn't mean to quick save there. That actually canceled the text. I hope that doesn't break anything. Let's go down.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow.
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
More really great voice acting from Dave Shoffley. The voice actor, mocap actor for Eddie. Eddie's descent into madness over the course of this game is, I think, really, really well portrayed by him. And I love all the little inflections in his voice, the way how kind of his mannerisms even start to change, and he's trying to act normal again. You know, hey, I gotta run, you know, after, like, killing a person ain't no big deal. It's like, you can't come back from that, Eddie. But he's so unaware. It's so great just seeing that psychosis just progress over the course of the game. It's a corpse. The body is marked with bullet holes. And once again, we come across a corpse that is not James. It's not him. It's not his model. This is somebody different. Somebody totally unknown to the game. Most likely, Eddie's victims are manifestations of the town, very similar to Maria. Although, a few of my concerns about that, if they're manifestations, even dead ones, why would they appear as normal dead people to us? And if they appear to as normal dead people to us, do they look like something else to Eddie? Or are they real people? What's your opinion on the HD voice changes? They're awful. Absolutely awful. And it's a shame because, to be honest, they're all good voice actors. All the people they got for the HD collection, they're all good voice actors. Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, as both a voice actor and a voice director, has worked on a lot of really good, like, anime dubs, and there's not that much anime out there that I would say is like has a decent dub, but a lot of the stuff that those people have worked on, not all of it, but you know, you get what I mean. They're good voice actors. They just did terrible. They did fucking awful. When they recorded the voices for this game, they didn't capture any of the essence of these characters, and they didn't bring any real character of their own to try to rework the game, which I think is a dangerous thing to do with a classic like Silent Hill 2 in general. It feels, everything about the HD collection feels like it was done in like a month. It's like they ran out of time and had to redo everything at the last minute. They made this really amazing port, and then Devin Shatsky accidentally, you know, spilled mustard on the hard drive and ruined it. And then they had like 3 weeks left before shipping, and they were like, oh fuck. Just get everybody together in a closet, throw some reverb on it. What's up, Johnny? Thank you for the 80 bits. Rub-a-dub-dub, nubs in the tub for 24 hours. No way. I would be all pruny. Alright. So I wanted to clear all of that out, just so we could hear this guy better. So there's an enemy in here. I don't know if you can really call it an enemy. There's something in here. James can see it. He turns his head towards it. He can aim at it. But there's no model there. All you hear is what sounds like footsteps, and it's also saying something in English. It's the only speaking creature, or whatever it is. It's saying ritual over and over. If you actually do attack it, it's the most human sounding of all of the things that you can attack in the game. It's another one of those things, really creepy, and there's no direct explanation. Yeah, it's dead. It's dead, Fen. So it's like, is that supposed to be this spirit roaming the prison? Something similar to Ernest Baldwin in the sub-scenario. So this painting, this drawing is pretty important. This is someplace that we're going to go to later. This is the hotel. This is the Lakeview Hotel. And it's depicted as being on fire. And when we get there, James is going to specifically point out that it looks as though it hasn't changed at all in 3 years. Because James is still believing this 3-year timeline as part of his psychosis. And so he sees it the way he believes it would be. But then, once we watch the tape, he sees it in a burned down state, as this depicts. Burning Man. Burning Man, Burning Man, Burning Man. Camera hack lets you see it, and it's the bug creature? Really? I've never seen a camera hack of the prisoner that showed anything. That's a new one on me. If you've got a video, I will watch that right now. Tablet of the Oppressor. Magazines here, nothing of particular interest. The iron bar door is tightly closed. I can't force it open. This part scared the crap out of me the first time I ever played this game, because I legit thought I was stuck here. I thought there was something I absolutely had to pick up that I forgot to pick up, and I was like, oh man, I haven't saved. I'm gonna have to fucking start over and make sure not to come in this cell, and like, oh, if you check it a few more times, it's open. Ritual. So I've been collecting these tablets, and I'm about to use them, so let's take a look at all three. We've got the Tablet of the Oppressor, which is the one that was found in this jail cell that we were just in. And it depicts what looks like a man reaching to strangle or attack a crouching, possibly cowering, what looks like female figure. This a reference to James ultimately being responsible for the death of Mary. The Tablet of the Gluttonous Pig. It's a fat guy with a pig for a head, eating 2 dicks on a stick, just like Eddie. Spitting image. And the Tablet of the Seductress, drawn on one side. Shows a woman giving the devil horns and going spread eagle. So this one, being serious for a moment about kind of like its implications, these are obviously all supposed to be references to characters in the game. The Oppressor is James, the Gluttonous Pig is Eddie, but the Seductress is a strange one. So your initial thought would be Maria. She's the most seductive of any character in the game so far. But what we come to understand about her is that she's not real. She's not she's not an actual person. She's a manifestation of the town. So why would we get something related to her when it would make more sense to have it apply to somebody who's real that the town is being affected by? Which would leave Angela. And given what we know about Angela's history, she could be interpreted as the seductress as well. Even though she wasn't going out of her way to seduce anyone, she still wound up being sexually abused, molested and raped by her father and brother. So it works in a way. And considering later on we also find like 3 graves that are marked for James, Angela, and Eddie, everything seems to be, James, Angela, and Eddie. So I don't know why this particular thing would apply to Maria instead of Angela, if that makes any sense. What's up, Bobby Ricks? I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins. It's written on top of the painting. Beneath the painting are 3 square depressions. Oh yeah, one more thing before I use these. Camera, please catch up. It's so weird with these controls. There are 3 ropes hanging from the scaffold. So again, we've got a spot for 3 people to be executed. An amazing fall animation. And 3 stones representing our 3 characters here in Silent Hill. And of course, the picture above the puzzle depicts 2 pyramid heads. God, I'm like trying to move the camera where James isn't blocking it, and it's impossible. 2 pyramid heads holding spears. So the 2 pyramid heads holding spears. It's going to become it's going to become a reality after seeing that. One of my favorite, like, scare rooms. There's not too many of those in this game. In Silent Hill 3, there's a fucking bunch of them. And there's quite a few in Silent Hill 1 as well. This game kind of took it easy on those, but that one is pretty good. The video of the prison cell monster was linked earlier in chat. Oh, I did miss that. I'm sorry. And Yoshio, what is up, dude? Thank you for the host. Oh, weird. So James is aiming up at it. It's one of the little bug creatures. That's why when you're aiming up at it and then it falls. What's weird is this cam hack is showing like... Hold on. I don't know. I kind of want to get... I need to get a program called SH2 again, which is basically a program you can use to kind of cam hack and look through things. I used to have it on my old computer, but I lost it when I formatted the hard drive and built the new PC. Because honestly, like, the video doesn't look totally legit. It's running at a really bad frame rate and it's inconsistent. In the first part where it's cam hacked and showing you from the backward angle, when he's shooting the bug, it shows the green like blood that the bug usually gives off. And then on the other part, you can't see what he's shooting and there's red blood. And just now when I was shooting at it, was there any blood? There's still another prisoner in there. I think I can go in there and kill the other one. There it is. There's red blood, yeah. You can see it immediately goes back up if I don't shoot it while it's on the ground. Now it's... Oh, did it actually die? Ah, that killed it. It's red blood, though. There's even a little red stain where it died. But there's like no kind of model or anything there. But there was not green blood. Now, here's the thing. Screen noise effect. Here's the thing. I think you can just change... Yeah. So he could have had the first clip recorded with the blood colors set to green. Next time I come across a bug, I need to shoot it. Next time I come across a bug, I need to shoot it. Right now, my blood color is set to red, and I need to see if the bug blood color is also red, or if it changes to green. Because I honestly thought it changed to green, but now I'm doubting that. I think it might also be red. So maybe they just had the blood color changed when they recorded that. Well, anyway, it's a mystery. Why is there a blood color option? For fun. Why not? So this is an interesting little memo. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. So this area of this memo, where these pages have been removed, this is where the story of the Silent Hill arcade game fits in. So it's a story about the Little Baroness and the passengers, a little girl and her mother, and the captain of the Little Baroness, and then the captain's descendant many years later visiting Silent Hill and having to put the spirit of the girl who died on the Little Baroness to rest. It's not a very good story. It's an arcade game, but it does fit in here. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. Thought there was more ammo on this. Shotgun, rifle, hunting rifle. So, the hunting rifle is my least favorite weapon in the game. You can't actually move when you're aiming. Whereas with the shotgun, you can move. You only stop when you actually fire. But you can move and have it aimed. You can aim and move when there's an enemy nearby, and it'll... Actually, this guy will respawn, so I can show you. So, you can lock on when you're aiming and move around. It kind of helps you fight off enemies, and you can do that with every gun except for the rifle. And you can see the rifle still doesn't kill in one shot. You still have to kick them or shoot them again, which means it's only as powerful as the shotgun is at close range. So basically, the shotgun is... It only holds 4 shots. Shotgun holds 6. The shotgun is better than the rifle, pretty much all around. And the rifle actually has the potential to miss at point-blank range against certain enemies and in certain situations. Whereas the shotgun will typically not do that at point-blank. It'll just do tons of damage. Ah, I didn't pick up the lighter. That should be this room. Alright. This is always such a weird puzzle to me. It's the most, like, weird video game feeling puzzle, where you're using this metal lighter that has a flame stronger than normal lighters to combine it and melt this wax doll and stick in this horseshoe so that you can make a handle to open this door that you probably could have just, like, pried open with, I don't know, stick, steel pipe, use a knife to maybe pull up the first part of it. MacGyver over here, yep. Did that just move? Or was it only my imagination? I had to replay this game so many times and pay attention to all of these and see if any of them actually move. They never do. A horrible smell is coming from the hole. There's something in the hole. It looks like it's all dismembered. No, I can't look anymore. Horrible smell. My God. In the hole. I didn't see that. Keep telling yourself that. This corpse into this hole. Corpses in holes. There's a hole in the floor. Can't see the bottom. How far does this thing go? Respect. Thank you so much for resubscribing 2 months in a row. Appreciate the continued support. Thank you, man. I'm glad it's making work more bearable. Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? Yes, you do. No choice. So we are impossibly far below the ground now. We've gone from the Historical Society down a very long descending staircase into 5 holes now? 5 or 6 that we've jumped down. And now we're about to get on an elevator, and guess which way it's going. Hold on. Wait a second. Rest in peace, VOD users, for about 15 minutes for this 1 minute of a joke. God damn it. Come on.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is
All right. I hope it was funny. I hope everyone enjoyed it. Because that's going to get muted. What's happening? Only left for a drink. That elevator takes a long time, so that's fun to do. I always love that camera angle when you first walk into this room. This is a pretty important room. That picture that I talked about back in the Historical Society that Masahiro Ito painted, This is Pyramid Head's room. This is the background of that picture. And it's also where you get the great knife. And some more shotgun ammunition. Pyramid Head himself is down here as well. But he is invincible. And can do a shit ton of damage. Did he go around the other way? I don't actually know where he moved to. He is down here. He's supposed to be. There he is. Is this the ladder? It is. What's up, Caked? So far, only Silent Hill 2. Only Silent Hill 2. Been taking my time, talking about the story, watching cutscenes, answering questions. We're doing hard riddles, so there is not a set solution for this. You kind of have to guess and try to find at least an opening so that you can go inside and see how to turn this. There we go. Did I get it? No. So let's see. Let's see. But voting is still open. Whatever game has the most votes at the end of Silent Hill 2 is what I'll play next. Where is it like completely... Yeah. So like down. There we go. It took me a while to see that there was a door on that part.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before! Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything. But you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
All right. One of my absolute favorite scenes as far as Monica Taylor Horgan, Maria's voice actor or voice actress. She voices Maria and Mary in this game. And what makes this scene so important is the fact that you can see a distinction, hear a distinction in how Maria talks and how Mary talks. And it's just as jarring to the player as it appears to be to James, where he's hearing these two different personalities, these two different voices coming out of the same person. And he's, he's starting to kind of succumb more to his psychosis. It's starting to upset him more, and he doesn't really know like how to handle this. It's another one of the things that is really sadly underdone among many other things with the HD collection, where Mary Elizabeth McGlynn only does one voice. For Mary, for Maria, for Major Kusanagi and Ghost in the Shell, it's all the same voice. It's all the exact same voice. So you don't hear the distinction between the characters, which completely removes the meaning behind the scene. Wet Rag Ben Bars. I saw that Jackie Chan movie. It'll probably work. Good morning, Spice Father. I'm sure you could do something through those bars. I've watched a few documentaries. I don't think Prison Sluts 8 was a documentary. It might have been a work of fiction. The Slut Skank redemption isn't real. No, it's not. Was watching a film on Amazon Prime and was laughing at the title with the girlfriend. Bear Behind Bars. Turns out it's a porno film on Amazon's version of Netflix. They have that shit on Amazon? Like on the Amazon streaming? Ridiculous. Alright. Well, speaking of uncomfortable sexual themes, there's a newspaper on the ground. It's stained with something that looks like blood and is partially illegible. This is where we start to learn a lot more background about Angela Orozco. Give me a moment. I'm actually going to get the game manual and read about Angela before I read this. All right. So this is the manual. You can't see it because I don't have a camera. Or I don't use a camera. But on the game manual, on page... I don't know if that's page 12. Whatever. It has a character list, and you get a little bit of information about each of the characters. Angela Orozco, age unknown, occupation unknown. James first meets her in a cemetery, and from the beginning, there is something shadowy about her. Ever since childhood, she was convinced that she would never be happy. She ran away from home shortly after graduating from high school, but her father found her and dragged her back home. She ran away from home again, this time to Silent Hill, but now she is lost. That's why I corrected myself, Johnny. That's why I said I don't use one. I have one. I don't use it. But, so Angela was molested and sexually abused by her father, by her brother, throughout her entire life, ever since childhood. At some point, she ran away after graduating high school, and her father, Thomas Orozco, found her, dragged her back home, tried to rape her again. This time, the body of a man later identified as Thomas Orozco, lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in the front room, lying face up. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery, but a type of crime of passion. So, the murder weapon was never found, which is not entirely true. We got a knife from Angela that can't be used as a weapon, can't be used for anything else. Its blood, the blade is stained with something red. So that is Thomas Orozco's blood. So she killed her dad before running away to Silent Hill when we run into her in the very beginning in the cemetery. And she's under the impression that she's going to kill herself, but she's going to take her shitty family with her. And she's looking for her mother and her brother to kill them as well. Except Thomas kind of comes back to her. Newspapers are scattered all over the walls and floor. There seems to be nothing of interest, but this one has today's date. It's kind of strange. So what that means is that article that we just read about Thomas was just published in the paper today. That was something that is recent news.
Daddy, please don't!
okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like he always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
Blogs saying, chill out, Jesus Christ. I don't know. I think Angela has every right to freak out there. The man that she stabbed to death for trying to rape her and had raped and molested her and beaten her for her entire life was suddenly in this room with her again. Like, it's no wonder she freaks out the way that she did. Everything about this entire situation, again, is all built from parts of Angela's mind. The only thing that we're seeing differently is it's not on fire. Everything is on fire for Angela. And she sees this creature. We see the abstract daddy, the creature. She sees her father, Thomas Orozco. For us, it's this creature designed to look like a large male figure pinning down a smaller female figure, trapped in between sheets made of skin in what is supposed to represent a bed frame. The floors, everything in the room is made of flesh, with the exception of the pistons, which are metallic, indicating how they are foreign objects penetrating a fleshy orifice. It's not good times. Not good times Angela was having. She can freak out. Of course I don't have a map of this area. There we go. Just trying to heal. So, just for shits and giggles, I want to try this. Only the Sinless One can help you here. Mistakenly pull on a criminal's rope, and your reward will be returned to you in a shape most wondrously strange. So, there's a poem here. I do not wish to die, but tomorrow I will climb the 13 steps. But someone answer me, why must I die come the morning? The man imprisoned beside me believed me. Because they're all insane, that's why, he said. Of course, I know his opinion will change nothing. Now you know why I struck out at them, he muttered. So the perspective of the person who wrote this story is the innocent person. That's the innocent man. We have to narrow down who the non-innocents are by reading through the story and seeing what they did to be executed. So this one struck out at them. The man who was executed yesterday, the one who had said his job was to sell dreams, said that was not true. So a man whose job is to sell dreams. The man who is to be executed the day after tomorrow for stealing children shouted back that it was true. So the kidnapper. The man who was hung today did not answer. They'll kill me either way, he said. He was caught embezzling public money, so he hasn't any hope for mercy. So the embezzler. The man who is always quietly smiling to himself said, I am happy, for I will soon be with her. This is the psychopath, the murderer. I do not wish to die. I long only to return home. But I know it is not to be. Though I have done nothing, this crime has been thrust upon me. Someone save me. This is not judgment. They are bloodthirsty, and I am their sacrificial lamb. So in the other room in this hallway are 6 bodies arranged in the same way as these 6 nooses. Spice Father, thank you for the host. And normally you can go in there and examine each of the bodies and figure out which one did what. In a speed run, you normally just run in here and pull the rope that is closest to the door, which is what I'm going to do, and we'll see if it's right. If it's not right, there will be a shape most wondrously strange that our reward will be returned to us. It's not as cool as they make it sound, though. Crasher1, thank you for resubscribing for 2 months in a row. Appreciate the continued support. Thank you so much. Okay, that was not it. That was the swindler, the embezzler, the kidnapper, bodily injury, the one who struck out at them, the murderer. So the counterfeiter. There was nothing about a counterfeiter. So this is the innocent man on the bottom left. All right, Crazy Jesse. Hope you can get some sleep. Have a good night. Yeah, exactly, Kitty Wolf. That's done very intentionally, where the way they focus the shot and the way James pulls the rope down, it looks like he's pulling the noose down for himself. And he even almost has an expression that seems to suggest, he's thinking about the obvious implications of being in that noose. But it's also just a part of expressing that sort of tendency towards suicide that is in James's character. Speaking of which, let's take a look at Angela's knife again. So we freed the correct body and got the key of the persecuted. This was the last thing in between us and Maria. She's been in that jail cell this whole time. Because she refused to give a quick handy through the bars. What's up, Hirimi? You're just in time.
Maria? Maria?
happened to you? Why? Why?
Mary.
So once again, Maria is dead, taken away from James just when he thought he had her back. Again, her whole existence is for this. It's for this way to tease and tempt James, and get him close, and then make him suffer the loss again and again and again. Because he won't admit what he's done to himself, and this is how the town is forcing him to face it. There's nothing else for me in this room. There's nothing more that I can do here. I don't want to, but I'll have to just leave her here like this. So there's some interesting stuff to look at here in the graveyard before we move on. So there's an open grave marked with James Sunderland's name. Next to it is Angela Orozco. Next to that is Eddie Dombrowski. Again, our three main characters. These characters, their minds are what is shaping reality around them. It's how the town is sort of taking form. We see most of it through James's perspective, in the shape of Maria, corpses that look like him, constant reminders about what he's done and the type of person that he is. We only get little glimpses at what Eddie sees and what Angela sees, though. And that's kind of why I feel like Born from a Wish was a bit of a wasted effort. I would have much preferred a sub-scenario focused on what Silent Hill looked like from Eddie's perspective or Angela's perspective, even just a little piece of that. And there's a few other interesting tombstones here. We've also got Walter Sullivan. But of course, this is not canon. It's, well, I mean, whatever you assume is canon with Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill 4 wasn't even a thought when this was made and put into this game. And of course, Silent Hill 4 kind of retcons where Walter Sullivan's grave is supposed to be. But at the same time, you can kind of argue, this place, where are we? We're so far underground, we're not in a space of reasonable surrounding. This is all manifested by the town. So it can manifest Walter's grave, it can manifest whatever it wants. There's one more grave that you can read, but it's a weird explanation as to what it is. Miriam K, the traitor. Apparently she was some sort of Hawaiian princess or something. I never remember the whole story because it seems like such a stretch, and it's such a bizarre, unrelated reference that, yeah, feel free to look it up if you want. But, yeah, I never remember what that one is about. And as I said, it's not significant to the story of Silent Hill 2. What's up, Nifty? Oh yeah, stream's been going really well so far. Still feeling pretty good. We're only 6.5 hours in. And yeah, for those of you just getting here, who might not have voted already, viewers are absolutely, in control of this marathon as to what's being played. Don't vote for Silent Hill 2. We've already played it. We're in the midst of playing it. It's not going to get played again. So, type !order. You can get a link to the poll, and you can vote for multiple games. Whatever game has the most votes when I finish Silent Hill 2 will be the next game that I play. And we'll just keep doing that until I hit 24 hours. So we can see things getting a little more messed up here. And a little glimpse of what Eddie is seeing. This fog inside, which is actually cold. It's supposed to indicate a sense of cold. And we'll soon see why. But also this hallway just trailing off, becoming completely soaked in blood. Just kind of a trail of Eddie's carnage.
Eddie? What are you doing?
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
I don't think Eddie's gonna kill James. Not when we've got a fucking great knife. It's not happening. How could you possibly defeat these moves? So there's corpses littered all over this room. Victims of Eddie's. Just like we've been seeing every time we encounter Eddie so far. But this time, it's James's model again. All of them. So what we're seeing here is James's subconscious mixing and overlapping with Eddie's subconscious. The people who've been created by the town to torment Eddie and antagonize him into murder. The cold, and as we'll see in the next room, large pieces of meat that resemble an obese body, even with cloth attached to the bottom that somewhat looks like Eddie's form with his shorts. So yeah, we're seeing kind of reality distorting even further, and elements of both of these characters' minds sort of happening at the same time. And later we'll see this same effect happen with Angela. But first, we need to take care of Eddie.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being. Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
We did it. We killed a human being. And the first thing that James's mind goes for is Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago? He can't deny it much longer. And it's starting to show. He's starting to realize that his perception of what happened to Mary at this point is not what happened. And he's starting to question it. Sadly, it does not let you have Eddie's revolver. So normally this would be where you use the blue gem. In fact, I can actually still use it. But I missed the first time where you're supposed to use it. So I won't be able to get the UFO ending on this particular playthrough, but after I show the rebirth ending, the dog ending, and one of the normal endings, I'm going to do a quick speed run through this and show the UFO ending as well. Because I can run through this game in a little under an hour, so might as well. Oh, actually, it doesn't let you use it. Oh, I guess if you didn't do the first one, none of them work. Good to know. All right. Time for a relaxing, ambient boat ride. For about a minute. So a little interesting note about this part of the game. When you play this on... I'm playing the PC version. When you play this on console, PS2 or Xbox, if you play on hard difficulty, you actually have to use the analog sticks on your controller and rotate them each individually, the left and right stick, in order to row the boat. And it's a huge pain in the ass to control. However, because of the difference in input for the PC version, it doesn't affect the PC version at all. This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. So to James, it hasn't changed. And as far as the player sees it right now, it hasn't changed. But this place, it caught on fire. Pretty bad. And we'll see what it actually looks like later. If I can ever pick up this music box. Good God, I hate these alternate controls. It's fun making James run in little circles, but it's going to take me such a long time to get used to these controls for speedrunning. After all that time spent getting used to rotational controls on keyboard, turns out I was playing the game wrong. Was wasting precious, precious time. Oh. Waiting for you. What's this? Room 312. That's the room Mary and I stayed in. Mary, are you there? Or maybe... Got a hotel map for guests. And the thing we picked up outside was a music box with a little mermaid on it. Do the console versions have the 2 different methods selectable? Yes. Yep, that is in every version of the game. Obviously not with keyboard support on console, but... Because that's another big difference is on the PC I was using... When I was speedrunning this for the last 2.5 years, I was using keyboard and mouse. Going back to using a controller and using directional style controls is... It's going to take a lot of getting used to. Alright, Hirimi. Take it easy, dude.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
So we get a lot more information about Mary and Laura here. They were both in the same hospital, and they were close friends. And this is also where we learn that the 3-year timeline that James has believed this whole time is not accurate. My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James, I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. So, how close they are. Like, if Mary was not terminally ill, she was close enough to Laura that she would have adopted her. And this also tells us that Laura is possibly an orphan, most likely. Especially when it says don't be too hard on the sisters. It sounds like it's referring to, like, sisters as in nuns. Most likely nuns working in a children's orphanage. Happy 8th birthday. So this was written by Mary for Laura's 8th birthday while Mary was still alive. Your friend forever, Mary. So when was Laura's birthday?
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one Mary... Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
So that's where we get our information. That Laura turned 8 last week. So Mary was alive and wrote the letter wishing Laura a happy birthday a week prior to the events of this game. So she hasn't been dead for 3 years. No. The game crashed. The game fucking crashed. I mean, I was making saves, so I could just load up a save, but I'm gonna have to start over and speedrun through it for the UFO ending again anyway. Play on EPSXE? That's not gonna... First of all, this is a PlayStation 2 game. EPSXE is a PlayStation 1 emulator. Second of all, playing this on emulator is not necessary. These issues are not rare, but they're somewhat uncommon on PC. And I'm just having a lot of bad RNG when it comes to Silent Hill 2 tonight. A lot of technical problems this game has given me that it doesn't usually. I've been speedrunning it and practicing it, and it hasn't been giving me any real problems. Yes, I know PC SX2 works. If I'm going to do that, I'm just going to hook up the Xbox and play it on console, though. Me and Mexican Justice do not have the same computers. So settings are not going to be the same. Like, this game is just very finicky. Everyone chill out. I appreciate all the advice, but shut up, seriously. Get out. There we go. So we're right there at the shipping dock. Right after Eddie. I think this is going to reset graphic settings. Yeah, it did. It did. 1280 1024 is the window resolution I'm running it in. On, complex, on. Yeah. Well, let's get back over there and see if it crashes again. Whoa, too fast. Way too fast. Yeah, more boating. At least we get to do this part again. It's the best part. I'll make a quick save once I get to the hotel. Morning at Tropical. Marathon's going very well so far. Aside from Silent Hill 2 being annoying. But that's just Silent Hill 2 PC. Sometimes it doesn't like to cooperate. Sometimes it works flawlessly, and I don't have any issues. Sometimes, I don't know, random shit likes to break. What happened with 2? Soft lock. Or not a soft lock, but it just crashed. And when I first was playing it, I was having another graphical glitch that I had to reset a couple times for. So it's like, I don't know. It happens. It happens. It's not too big a deal. Again, I can, even if I have to start completely over on the console version or whatever, I can run through this entire game less than an hour. We're only 7 hours into the 24-hour marathon. There is plenty of time to start over and run back up to where we are now on something else if I absolutely have to. In fact, I'm already going to be running through the game again to show the UFO ending after this. So I'm going to pick up this can of thinner, but I'm not actually going to use it. That thinner is to remove some paint that is used to cover up the solution to a briefcase that we're going to go open. If you would like to try to guess the solution to that briefcase, now is your time. Type !case into chat, and you can get a list of all the possible solutions. And I'm just going to cycle through until I find the correct one without using the thinner. So I'll give it a second before I run over there. Mist, dose, luck, mama, town, over, love, dark, dusk. All right, let's go. Let's go. So if you just push yourself against the wall, these guys don't have the turn radius to actually attack you. So you just push them out of the way. Employee elevator key. I'm going to need this in a moment. Since this is the PC version, I can actually go out of bounds and skip using the employee elevator altogether, but I'm not going to bother with it for this playthrough. This is where you would normally use the thinner. The solution is written on this photograph, but we're going to cycle through and find it ourselves. So a little bit of a clue about how this works. Antigod, thank you for the 100 bits. A little bit of a clue for how this works. Any of the letters, when you first view the briefcase without moving any of these and changing any of them, it will not have this letter in that position. So it's not mama, it's not damn, it's not null. It's not dark. Let's try dose. Lose. Love. Lock. Lock. Sorry, guys. No more exclamation point case. The solution was lock. Case, mama, town over, love, dark, dusk, kill, awkward, little nightmares. I haven't seen anything about Little Nightmares yet. I know it's a game. That's all I know. I'll play it probably Halloween or October. Yeah. Nobody got it this time. Too bad. Cinderella music box. So we've now got 2 out of 3 of the music boxes that we need. Just read in the wiki that Masahiro Ito said Eddie never killed anyone. Oh, yeah. I remember reading that excerpt where Ito was talking about that. That's true. That is true. Because all of the... It does remove that possibility that the victims that you see of Eddie's throughout the game are real people. They are definitely manifestations. Usually, the problem with the wiki, Atrophical, you can't just discredit the wiki completely. The wiki does have citations sometimes, and sometimes they actually show like the source of their information, like when the developer said that thing, and Masahiro Ito did in fact talk about that. So yeah, he killed a dog, he shot a football player in the leg, but everybody that he's killed while he was here was a manifestation by the town. What do you think of Twin Perfect's The Real Silent Hill Experience? It's a very, very good series of videos with a lot of information and a lot of opinions. You can learn a lot by watching it, but, I mean, the thing with Silent Hill is it's not all black and white. It's not all blatantly explained, written down, analyzed and perfectly, laid out anywhere. There's a lot of stuff that has proof. There's a lot of stuff that can be backed up. There's a lot of stuff that, developers have commented on, people who worked on the game commented on. There's a lot of stuff that you can piece together, but there's a lot of stuff that has no definite answers, and a lot of things where you have to make an assumption, and there's a lot of parts of the Real Silent Hill Experience that they talk about some of their ideas and theories as factual, but I don't feel like they're trying to do it to mislead anybody. They're just trying to explain the games the best way that they're able to do that, and they are very thorough, especially when it comes to their citations on quotes from developers and people like that. So it's a really good series. If you're a fan of Silent Hill and you've got a ton of time to kill, you should watch The Real Silent Hill Experience, like all of it. It'll take you probably days to watch every single bit of it, but it's good info. Good info. Just take it with a grain of salt. Everybody's got to have their opinions as well. Have I played or do I have any interest in playing the Outlast games? I played Outlast 1. I hated it, so I don't care about Outlast 2. I might pick it up and play it for October when I do horror games every day. Horror games that are not Silent Hill every day. But I have no interest in getting Outlast 2 at the moment. Something written over the button. What's this? Weight allowance, 1 person. So we can store our items on this shelf, and we need to store absolutely everything in order to be able to use the elevator. And I'm going to show you some interesting things about how this elevator works. Again, these are things that you can do to make an assumption about something, but there's no guaranteed answer anywhere in the game, anywhere by any developer. This is just something you can do and draw a conclusion from. And there's a lot of stuff in these games like that. So I just put everything away, except for Laura's letter. This is the letter that we just got from Laura. It's a single piece of paper. What's up, Hagrid? So it's a single piece of paper, and it still sets off the elevator. Okay. So you can't have any weight on you at all, but now if I pull everything off, take everything back and put items back on the shelf again, there are a couple of items that the elevator lets you take. The letter from Mary and the photo of Mary. Finish putting everything else. So you take these, and no problem. If you actually look at the letter from Mary, that we had since the beginning of the game. You can examine it in the beginning of the game and read everything that Mary says when you're just come out of the restroom at the start of the game, and you have that cutscene where you hear Mary's voice reading this letter. Except now, after killing Eddie, there's nothing written on the stationery. The letter itself was not real. This is, again, you can draw conclusions from something that you can do in the game. This is where speculation comes into play. Is this intentional and supposed to give significance to these two items being weightless or not real? Or is it a programming thing, and because these are the two items that you start the game with, they don't trigger item triggers the same way that items you pick up do? In that same sense, if we're talking about items being real or not real, Pyramid Head is a manifestation. The Great Knife is Pyramid Head's weapon. How is that considered real and has weight that affects the elevator, but not these things? So yeah, it's like the letter being blank is not a bug. There's a description change. It says there's nothing written on the stationery. The item physically changes. There's a programmed response for that change. The letter is supposed to be blank. That's not what I'm debating. What I'm debating is the fact that you can take this stuff on the elevator, is that a bug? Or is that intentional? Or not necessarily a bug, but just the way these items were programmed. And the reason why I'm going on about this so long is just I want to point out this is where so many of the fan theories come from in these games. It's so easy to take something and give it significance in the game, which is why I always try to let you guys know when something is speculation or when something has an actual citation behind what its definite purpose is in the game. You know, whether that's something else in this game or another game that confirms something, or whether that's a comment from somebody who worked on the game or a member of Team Silent who confirmed or denied something. That kind of information is important, you know. Being able to have that distinction between something that is speculation and something that is confirmed and has a credible source. Also, this elevator doesn't actually go anywhere. It's like a loading screen. Normally, you're not supposed to be able to move around inside of there, but on the PC version, you can quick save and be able to move in areas where normally your character is locked. So that's our final music box there, the Snow White music box. Some real important stuff over here. The tape. There's a can opener beneath the videotape, which James, for some reason, puts in his pocket. He feels like he's going to need that. So this is our videotape. Forgot at the hotel 3 years ago. He's still going by that 3-year thing, even though he should know now after Laura told it to him. Silent Hill is written on the label in my handwriting. This is definitely the videotape I recorded back then. Still don't know how Downpour fit in. It didn't. None of the games after Silent Hill 4 can be considered canon. They were made by totally different people. They don't coincide with any of the Team Silent games. Some of them try to, like Origins and Homecoming. But they don't understand the story of Team Silent's games, so there are all sorts of plot holes and things that don't make sense in the Western developed storylines. But only the first 4 games were made by Team Silent. Those are the only ones that can really be considered canon in any way. And even with 4, it's kind of questionable, because there's a lot of stuff in 4 that's not really accurate. It kind of retcons some stuff. Oh yeah, fresh light bulbs. Freshly canned light bulbs. There was a light bulb in the can. We're going to need that light bulb for this very stupid puzzle. I hate this puzzle. It's not even like really a puzzle, but I tried to use the bar key, but it's too dark to find the keyhole. Despite how bright it is here because of these neon fucking lights that are right next to the door, James can't use his hands and find the keyhole. He needs some of that fresh canned light bulb light. And now he can find it no problem. Good job, James. Alright, gotta come back, get all your stuff, save. Now I've got all 3 music boxes, just need to figure out how to place them in order. Let me make a hard save on top of that as well. Because we're actually going to be getting to some of our endings now. Ooh, actually, there's another small thing not a lot of people know about. Before I do that, if you come up here before getting the key, you can actually hear Mary's voice. So this is locked, and as you walk away, you'll hear Mary's voice call out to James. But that's only if you visit there early. Alright. So there's a rectangular indentation. There's a plate in front of the indentation and something is engraved on it. Even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. So this is kind of vague. We're going to save that one for last. These are corresponding with the fairy tales of the music boxes that we picked up. There's a rectangular indentation. The plate has engraved, "'Twas shameful greed did stain her shoe with blood." So that is Cinderella. So this one has "Beauty, both a blessing and a curse thou be." So these are a little bit ambiguous, but between Little Mermaid and Snow White would be the most accurate to a blessing and a curse based on beauty, which leaves us with the Little Mermaid for the final piece. Hold on. I can't dance with these controls. Alright. There are no keys in the key box except for the most important key in the game. Thank you, room 312. The key to the room where Mary and I stayed. Yeah, you can't dance with these controls. Tank controls confirmed superior. They might be slower, but you just don't have those sweet moves with directional controls. So I need to save the game here. Because we're about to watch the first ending that I'll be showing. We're not going to watch the videotape just yet. We're going to skip it. But I'm going to be... Oh no, don't start doing the fade out thing now. Why? Why now? Ah, so stupid. Well, I'm going to have to restart anyway. But when I reload the save. But I'm going to reload this to show some more endings. But this is the first joke ending I'll be showing. This is the dog ending. So, enjoy. I'll be back after the credits. And like I said, I'm going to reload the game and show another ending.
Omae no shiwaza datta no ka?
Okay. So that is the Silent Hill 2 dog ending. Obviously the canon ending. I mean, come on. It was the dog the whole time. He wanted revenge on Eddie. That dog's name is Mira, by the way. Alright. I do not want to save. I need to restart my game. Really quick while I'm restarting this. This is a good time to remind you guys. We're getting close to the end of Silent Hill 2 now. I've got a couple more endings I'm going to show. I'm going to do a speed run to show the UFO ending since I fucked that up on this playthrough. And then we're going to move on to the next game. That is decided by you guys. So if you type !order, it's already there in chat. You can click on that link. You can go to the straw poll. You can vote for multiple games. Currently, Silent Hill 3 is in the lead to be played next with 122 votes. Just behind it, with 120 votes, is Silent Hill 4 The Room. Past that is Silent Hill 1 with 95 votes. And beyond that is Silent Manor, a horrible original fan game with 69 votes. Ooh, baby. Craigasm. Silent Hill 1 has crashed on startup. Ooh, baby. Open that task manager for me, girl. Alright. Stop being an asshole, Silent Hill 2. God damn it. I just don't want it to show a random screen cap of the game every time I go through a different door. Yeah. It's officially time to reinstall Silent Hill 2, methinks. It's probably because I was fucking around with it a lot and testing a lot of stuff with mods out. There was a big debate on the speedrun among the speedrun community for this game over a big controversy over running the game at 60 FPS, which ultimately was disallowed. There we go. But yeah, I wound up installing a bunch of mods for this game and then uninstalling them after doing testing and stuff. And ever since then, the game's been running kind of weird. So, I don't know, it probably fucked up something somewhere along the way. So I just need to reinstall it. Okay, so the glitch should be fixed. We saw the dog ending. Oh, I need to safe mode. Resetting my graphic settings every single time it resets. That is annoying. Yeah, I need to reinstall this game. This is going to be a pain in the ass if I don't fix this next time. There we are. Alright, so since we're not doing the UFO ending, normally that would be shown here once you enter the room. You just use the blue gem, but yeah, I fucked that up. So I'll do another run after this, get back to this point, use the blue gem where I'm supposed to, and show that ending after all this. For now, we're going to watch the tape, and we're going to get the rebirth ending. Oh, it's doing the fade out thing again. Okay, we're just going to have to deal with it. It's going to look awkward whenever I go from scene to scene, but we're almost done with this game anyway. Frustrating. My apologies for the
Are you taping
dumb
again?
shit.
Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura, I'm sorry.
Holy shit, everybody. Where's Mary? All the caps lock. Everybody's concerned about Mary. So Gai Sihi and Masahiro Ito have both confirmed that Mary is in the back seat of James's car. It is implied that James killed Mary about a week before the events of this game. Sometime during that week, I don't know what he was doing. I don't know if the psychosis happened and he was freaking out for a week and then made up the whole 3-year timeline and drove to Silent Hill. We don't get a whole lot of detail on that, but the information we do get is that he killed Mary. He suffocated her with a pillow. Put her in the back seat of his car, and at some point was driving to Silent Hill, to their special place, so that he could drive his car into Toluca Lake and kill himself and basically be in the afterlife with Mary. It's a practice of suicide, murder-suicide in Japan known as Muri Shinju. And Gaisi, he talks about it in a little bit of detail in a video on Fungo's channel on YouTube. If you look up Gaisihi Fungo Let's Play Silent Hill 2, you'll find it. So we're not going to get the I already saw the dog ending. I'm going to make a hard save here. And like I said, I'm done resetting the game. Whenever I move from area to area, we're going to see this shot of James standing in the hotel. That's just a PC glitch. Not much I can do about it right now. What I can do is go and pick up this book, which is going to make sure that we get the rebirth ending. Atrophical, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for supporting the channel. This is a well-deserved sub to a great streamer. Love your content. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's absolutely amazing that I'm even in a position where you guys enjoy this and appreciate, you know, everything that goes into like doing these streams. And as I said, I'm glad you guys enjoy the channel. I hope everybody feels really welcome. And as I said, I cannot thank you all enough for all the support. So appreciate it, you guys. Now let's read a really evil book. The Crimson Ceremony. Speak, I am the Crimson One. The lies in the mist are not they, but I. You all know that I am one. Yes, and the one is I. Believers, hearken to me. 20 score men and 7,000 beasts. Heed my words and speaketh them to all, that they shall ever be obeyed, even under the light of the proud and merciless sun. I shall bring down bitter vengeance upon thee, and thou shalt suffer my eternal wrath. The beauty of the withering flower and the last struggles of the dying man, they are my blessings. Thou shalt ever call upon me and all that is me, in the place that is silent. O proud fragrance of life, which flies towards the heart, O cup which brims with the whitest of wine, it is in thee that all begins. So, over the course of the game, we've collected a book that tells us how to perform a ritual, a book that tells us about the spiritual power and the history and legends surrounding the town, a glass bottle containing milky white anointing oil, and an obsidian goblet, an ancient-looking goblet carved from pure obsidian. We found the things necessary to perform a ritual, and we found the information necessary to know how to do it. So, with all of that, we'll be able to get the rebirth ending. Here's a flashback. It's audio
Mary's
only.
going to die? You must be
You
joking.
must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
So, my guess is that this cutscene, if you can call it a cutscene, it's just audio. My guess is that this scene is in place to present how James got the 3-year timeline. When in actuality, it's only been a week. No, by the way, Gutless Fatso, great name, by the way, is the Crimson One Pyramid Head. No. The Crimson One is a god that exists in the area of Silent Hill. There are actual gods and demons, whatever you want to call them, spiritual forces that exist here that make all of this happen. It's what the cult worships. You can see it, one of them in the flesh as a final boss in Silent Hill 1, as well as Silent Hill 3. Pyramid Head is not a god. He's not a deity of any kind. He's a manifestation of James's guilt. He's the executioner for James. He's the one to punish James for his sins, based on a painting of an executioner James saw when he came to Silent Hill with Mary on vacation. Laura's real, actually there in Silent Hill. Always interpreted that she had died and was an apparition. That's why she still says she's 8, even though Mary died 3 years prior. That's a pretty common misconception, but no, Laura is real. Laura is alive. Couple more healing items, just because even on normal difficulty, these boss fights, specifically the Pyramid Head boss fight, can go pretty badly. So this has got to be one of my absolute favorite scenes in a video game. And one of the things that's kind of impressive to me about it is the fact that almost every other scene in this game, whenever it was recorded, they recorded all of the mocap, all of the actors on stage together at the same time, so that they were interacting with each other and talking to each other, and not just standing in a sound booth and doing mocap individually. They were actually working together when they recorded everything. This is one of the only scenes where, because of like scheduling issues and people not being able to be there on the same day and time constraint, this is one of the only scenes in the game where they mocapped and recorded each person individually. So you've got Donna Burke doing Angela's part on her own, and Guy Seehee doing James Sunderland's part on his own. But they managed to still put it together and make like one of the best scenes in the game. It's like really impressive.
you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you.
Hold on. The music isn't playing. Is that still going through the stream? The music's not playing for me. I can still hear the sound effects. Background music. No music. Son of a bitch, dude. How much have I got left to do? Not much. Like, this is like the end of the game. Why PC version? Why tonight? Why during the marathon? You gotta be a dick. There's no music playing here either. Yeah, the audio's bugged out. PC Master Race. As said, I think this is a side effect from all the mods and stuff that I was testing out on this. So I just need to go through and reinstall this whole thing. Not like now, obviously. Again, I don't have much left of this game to do. We're right at the very end. Showing 2 more endings and then doing a quick run through. There's the music. Never seen this many problems with PC version. Usually there aren't this many problems with PC version. This is making it look pretty bad, but it's not usually that bad. I think my settings are good because the filter is still on. Like, I can just tell by the way it looks. Just play the track from your iTunes. iTunes. Gross. Game saved. Okay. Should work this time.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No. Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No, I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
So, a lot of things to talk about with this scene. But the first thing that I want to talk about is somebody has cam hacked this scene and looked at the top of the stairs when Angela walks off into the fire. And her model flips out, like freaks out super hard, and then vanishes. So, if you ever wondered what happened to Angela. And then her model gets used again in Silent Hill 3 as a victim of a closer in the mall. But for the scene itself, there's a lot of things that I want to talk about. This is our first glimpse into what Angela has been seeing the whole time. What her Silent Hill looked like. For us, everything has been very run down, rusty. Everything that we've seen so far has been James's version of the nightmare. Then we saw a little bit of Eddie's nightmare with the corpses and the cold and the hanging meat. Now we're getting a little glimpse of Angela's version of Silent Hill. Notice that James doesn't say anything about the actual fire. All he says is, it's hot as hell in here. He can feel heat, but he doesn't say, oh my god, everything is on fire. He's not seeing the flames. We as a player are getting to glimpse at what Angela is seeing in her last moments. And then, yes, as y'all were talking about in chat, the two bodies on either side of the staircase. So the first thing that Angela says to you when you get in here, she recognizes you as her mother, and she calls you Mama. She was thinking that her mother was here and said, maybe now I can finally rest. Both of these male figures are supposed to represent her father and her brother, who she presumably already murdered. Whether that's real, whether they're manifestations, I'm guessing her father is actually dead, because there's a newspaper article and everything for that. About her brother, though, and about if this is their actual bodies or anything, feel free to debate. There's nothing to really confirm it one way or another, but they are definitely there to represent those two figures sort of already being dead to her, and that all she was looking for now was her mother, presumably to kill her too, and then take her own life. And how appropriate that after we see Angela's fire, that we notice the hotel in its actual burned state. You can see the do not cross fire department tape blocking things off. Despite the water dripping and everything, it's water dripping as though this place was burning and only just has, you know, been doused. People have commented on the chesticles on the bodies. You're looking at them wrong. I don't know if I can go back to it, but if you check the VOD and look at them when I'm standing there in the hallway, the part that people think is big tits is their head and chest. It's at a weird perspective, but I can see what people are seeing when they say that, but that's not what that model is. And if you cam hack it and look at it from straight on, you can tell for sure. Like, they're not female figures.
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
Okay, so I might die here super hard because of the control setup that I'm using. I might have to switch over to keyboard and rotational controls to have a consistent strategy for these guys, because even on normal, they can kill you in just a couple of hits. I don't want to heal just yet, though. I want to try to keep healing to a minimum. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm doing rebirth ending. So yeah, heal up. Yeah, because wiggling and, like, moving the katana doesn't work the same on the controller as it does with keyboard. But honestly, I have enough healing. I can, like, tank this out. Even if I just do this one shot at a time. It's not optimal, but it'll still win the fight. Should be fine. Yeah, I can't wiggle the same way I can on the keyboard. I hate that animation when James has to shift it to his other side. Ah, and he won't stop doing it. Oh, I'm trapped now. Hold on. Let me hyperspray them. Take that, you fucker. wow, he doesn't give a fuck. I thought it might at least stun him. Can I even do this? I think this might be too slow. That's not working too well. Oh, cool. Shoot them. That works too. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. And now I've got their eggs. Don't look for a deep explanation from me. I don't have it. There's a million things that eggs can symbolize. Birth, rebirth, scarlet and rust colored, fresh blood, old blood, the guilt of killing Mary, the guilt of killing Eddie. I don't know. It's all speculation. It symbolizes testicles, of course. There's also a face in this door texture. Just there to be creepy. Since I'm going to not listen to all of this on this time through, since I'm going to show another ending after this, a couple endings after this, where we are going to listen to it, I'm going to do a glitch right here that messes up the subtitles and makes them kind of funny.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers.
Actually, fuck it. I'll just let the whole thing play so you can see all the messed
what
up
are you
subtitles
saying?
for the whole thing. There's some interesting ones.
Disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease
Hotel elevator
and
hall.
drugs. I look like a monster. Well,
Hotel
what are you
third
looking at?
floor hall.
Get the hell out of here.
Hotel first floor hall.
Leave me alone already.
Select save data
No use
already.
to anyone.
Checking memory card PS2?
Dead
This
soon
is PC.
anyway. Maybe today.
That data is still in this
maybe
game
tomorrow.
somewhere.
It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back.
File data corrupted.
James.
Prison toilet.
Wait.
It's probably the best one.
Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
By the way, if any of you out there can do a really good Mary impression, like if you can do that voice really well, I'll totally commission you to read out all of those subtitles with the same feeling as Monica Taylor Horgan reads out the actual lines. Just saying. Putting that out there. You talented voice actors, actresses, let me know. So I think that would be fucking hilarious. Yeah, the same tone. Read out all the screwed up subtitles, but in the same tone. That really sad tone. Implying women on the internet? Pfft. Implying Silent Hill isn't made up mostly... So, in my experience, this might not be entirely true, because this is only from my perspective, but in my experience, anytime I've met with large groups of Silent Hill fans, whether it's at convention meetups and panels and internet stuff and through Twitch, lots of girls like Silent Hill. Copperino. Lots of girls like Silent Hill. And video games in general, but particularly Silent Hill. I've noticed this.
Mary?
Wrong again. Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria? Maria, I'm done with you.
What do you mean? But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted.
Now I understand. The problem is, you're not Mary.
No, James. I won't let you. I'll never let you have your Mary back.
All right. Enjoy the rebirth ending. I'll be back after the credits, and then we will do one more continuation off of this play file, watch one more ending, and then
James.
I'm going to do a quick speed run through it for the UFO ending, and then we'll move on to the next game.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not the whole truth. You also said that you didn't want to die. The truth is, part of me hated you for taking away my life.
You killed me, and you're suffering for it. It's enough, James.
Mary?
James.
Now I understand the real reason I came to this town. I wonder, what was I afraid of? Without you, Mary, I've got nothing. Now we can be together.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Waiting for you to come
I must
to
have,
see me.
when I reloaded the game, I must not have picked up the Crimson
You
Tome.
never do.
So I'll just
And
let
so
this.
I wait,
I'll let this finish up, and then I'll do
wrapped in
the
my
rebirth
cocoon
ending
of
next.
pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much,
and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
Those rare parrots. Headbanging. I agree, the music is definitely, I think, a very jarring tone from what is set by the final read of the letter. But hey, you also get this. Alright, so that was the in-water ending. It was my mistake. When I reloaded the game, I must not have picked up that last rebirth ending item. So let's reload that save and watch that ending. This ending, by the way, the in-water ending, was the first ending that Team Silent had in mind. It was the favorited ending of most of the staff, and the ending that the most thought was put into initially. However, it's worth pointing out that it is not a canon ending, because there is no continuation of this story that is confirmed in any of the games to make any ending of this canonical one way or the other. And what's up, Purple? Good morning. Boat max speed. I agree. I'm glad it gives you that stat. So, quick save at 546, hotel first floor. I guess let me do this. And that's not it. Do I not have the tome? I do not have the tome. Can I backtrack from here? I don't think I can backtrack from here. I think I can get as far as the elevator, but the elevator won't work. That could be a problem. Well, I guess let me try to backtrack. I didn't realize I saved over the file that I needed. Oh boy. It's a bit weird, I never do this in reverse. Which door was it? I thought that... There it is. I was like, I thought it's around here. It's just like completely you can't see it from that camera angle. I'm gonna be pretty amazed if I can actually backtrack all the way to the tome. I think this is where it ends. Yeah, that's what I thought. You're not allowed to go back up the elevator. Just discovering out of bounds real quick. It's just that easy. Okay, well, speedrun. We need the UFO ending and the rebirth ending. Good start. Jesus, fighting with the controls. So, I guess I'll show some speedrun stuff too. So, quick saving was added into the PC version, which is a big reason why I speedrun the PC version. And you can do some cool stuff like this. Normally you have to pick up the map, or it won't let you come downstairs. But by holding text and mashing quick save to keep two pieces of text on the screen at the same time, it freaks out the game, and the game doesn't know, it doesn't load certain things in, basically. So the barrier that turns you around for not having the map doesn't load in. And when you let go of the text and let the game go back to running, it lets you move to the next area. Right now, I'm quick saving every couple of seconds, because anytime there is text on the screen, James's stamina refills. And because you can quick save anywhere in the game, it's you'll never run out of stamina, and James will never slow down. So it keeps you running at full speed throughout the whole game. Oops. I don't think Eddie's a cannibal, but it's an interesting theory. I think because the dead guy's in the fridge, it's got something to do with, like, food. Marcis, thank you for the host. What's my personal best? For the UFO ending? I don't know off the top of my head. 39 minutes and some change, I think? I don't remember. There's a link to it on my Twitch info. There's a little thing that says my speedruns that you can click. And it'll show you my times in all of the games that I speedrun. Just look for the UFO percent, UFO ending category. So I'm doing a that same text glitch that let me skip the map by examining the gate and bringing up this text and then mashing quick save right now. I'm keeping the game from loading certain things in. Most importantly, cutscene triggers and invisible barriers. Normally, you'll trigger a cutscene here where you see the lying figure, and there's a barrier that'll force you to turn around and follow that lying figure right about here. But those are not loaded in because of this glitch. There's a lot of other things. You can see there's no street sign. It's just a pole sticking out of the ground. There's no items on the ground, no car models. You'll see a shadow here on the left. That's a car. Its model is not loaded in, but the shadow is still there. And once I actually let go of this text, I'll do it at the end of this alleyway. There's another car. There's a van here. One of the white vans. Eddie's van. Yeah, you can see once I let go of it, everything loads in the way it's supposed to. And I need to let go of it before I pick up that key off the body. Otherwise, the body's not there and you can't get the key. What's up, Marcis? And thank you for that host, by the way. Yeah, they've changed a ton of stuff with Twitch lately. And by the way, this run is going to be the last bit of Silent Hill 2 for the marathon. We've already spent 8.5 hours on Silent Hill 2 alone. We've got a full 24-hour marathon. I would like to play more than 2-3 games, if possible. Just to get a good variety in. So get your votes in. I think it was pretty close between Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. Last I looked at it. You can type !order for a link to the poll. You can vote for as many games on the list as you want. Don't vote for Silent Hill 2 because we're already playing it. It's not going to get played again. And whatever has the most votes, when I'm done with this run and showing the Rebirth ending and the UFO ending, then I will move on to the next game. What's up, Mexican Justice? How are you doing, man? For those who don't know, Mexican Justice, there in chat, is a really great Silent Hill 2 speedrunner, among other things. And he streams on Twitch as well. Should definitely give him a follow if you like Silent Hill speedruns. Which, come on, look what you're watching. We both know you like that stuff. We know. Should give him a follow. Good camera angle. That's not bad, actually, for RNG. So like I said, these clock hands are random every time. Whoops. Thanks for the shout-out. Promise to be gentle. Yeah, I'm still trying to get used to directional controls and the controller. This is only... Well, I've been playing for the last 8.5 hours with these controls, I guess, but I haven't put too much time into practicing it yet. It's going to take me some significant amounts of time to get to a point where it's as comfortable as rotational controls with a keyboard and mouse. But for the time being, it's still really awkward. But I'm going to be working on this. Expect a lot of Silent Hill 2 runs on the channel. By the way, Friday the 13th should also be coming out very soon, and I'll be getting to play it a little bit early. Initially, there's going to be a stream embargo. I won't be able to stream it until the developers give permission. But yeah, I should be getting Friday the 13th early. And once I'm able to stream it, I'm definitely going to be streaming it. We're going to be doing games with subscribers and viewers. And probably just playing a lot of Friday the 13th in general. That's going to be the majority of the stream for the foreseeable future. Silent Hill 2 speedrun practice. Metal Gear Solid 5 with Hirimi on random days. And Friday the 13th when that comes out. Because I already played it in the beta, and it was really fun. And they've just been improving, making the game better. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. I can't wait to see it. Can't wait to play it. Does it have a release date? It does. The official release date is like May 20-something. I'm not sure. Sometime in May. Like later in May. So it's later this month. Thank you, Atropical. May 26th. Using that Google. But like I said, I should be getting it early. Again, I know I won't be able to stream it as soon as I get it, but as soon as the embargo is lifted and I'm able to stream it, and of course once it's officially released, I'll be playing a lot of it. I'll be streaming a lot of it. Yeah, same thing, Atropical. I've been supporting this game from very, very early on. Pretty much as soon as they got Tom Savini on board, I was all for it. And I'm glad that when I played, I kind of was like keeping my expectations low. But then once I played the beta for it, I was having such a good time. Had so much fun going through and playing that with friends. And just playing with even random people online. It's just a really fun game. So, I hope it shapes up really well. Because I played Dead by Daylight for a long time, and that game was fun to a point. But after a while, like, I don't know, I don't really like the way the game is kind of degenerated. It's definitely not the same. And I just don't enjoy playing it as much. Whereas Friday the 13th was much more interesting and just a lot more fun to play. So, plus it's just something different, something new. It's the same kind of concept of, you know, killer versus survivors, but it's done in a very interesting, dynamic way. Much more so than Dead by Daylight, in my opinion. That, and I'm a big fan of the Friday the 13th movies. It is cool that there was some licensed stuff in Dead by Daylight, like Michael Myers being added into the game and Laurie Strode. I was pretty impressed with that. I didn't think they would get something that big so early in the game's lifespan. Chainsaw. Revived your rig from almost unbootable death. Well, I'm glad you were able to get your PC working again. But good luck, Marcis. Hopefully everything works for you. Still Silent Hill 2. That is right, Kitsune. Afraid to miss it because of university and the shitty European time zone. Although I've played through all of the story of the game. There's just 2 more endings that I'm messed up and didn't show. So I'm speedrunning through in order to show the UFO ending and the rebirth ending, which I already fucked up because I didn't pick up the white chrism. Don't worry. Eventually, I'm gonna remember. This just means more Silent Hill 2. I'm okay with more Silent Hill 2. Yeah, UFO run. UFO and rebirth ending. As long as I don't forget to use the blue gem, and as long as I don't forget to pick up rebirth ending items, this won't take more than like an hour. And then we can get to the next game. Next game, by the way, is still being decided. You can type !order, get a link to a straw poll. You can vote for as many games on that straw poll as you want to. Whichever game has the most votes after Silent Hill 2 is over is going to be what gets played next. Last I looked, it was very close between Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4, with Silent Hill 1 trailing a little ways behind by like 20 votes or so. It's not HD collection. Anything not HD collection, as far as Silent Hill is concerned. Again, it's such a shame that that wound up being such a huge piece of shit. Why can't we be in the universe where Bluepoint made that HD collection? Bluepoint made really good HD collections with like the Metal Gear Solid collection, working with Konami previously. But no. Give it to Hijinks. They make mobile games. It's basically the same thing, right? Throws away vote on Silent Hill 2 again. Don't vote for Silent Hill 2. I'm already playing Silent Hill 2. I've reset and am still playing Silent Hill 2. We're not going to play it any more than we already have. Yeah, I think Bluepoint did they do the God of War collection? I know they've done multiple HD things. The Metal Gear Solid one is just the one I'm most familiar with, and it's the one that I know, you know, obviously it was another major Konami property. 24 hours Silent Hill 2. I've thought about it. I could absolutely start doing that. I can do a 24-hour marathon of just one game. Multiple story playthroughs back to back, showing multiple endings, each with its own individual playthrough. Show every single ending in the game. Do 10-star. Do every speedrun category. I could fuck around with Silent Hill 2 for 24 hours and actually do different things. Plank only, challenge runs. Hyperspray only? I mean, if I do it after the 10-star run, then sure, that's doable. Alright, don't forget the white chrism. My hand must get tired? Not really. My legs get more tired from me sitting for long amounts of time, more than my hands get tired. The only time it really hurts my hands is if I've got a really uncomfortable controller. Like when I do Silent Hill Origins on the actual PSP. Ugh. Ugh. Holding the fucking PSP and playing that for like hours. It's awful. Hurts my hands so bad. Did I get the blue gem? I did. And I don't need to use that until Brookhaven. But no, my hands don't really get tired. I play a lot of video games. I'm also a musician. I play piano every day. Played guitar for a long time. I still practice guitar every once in a while. Not as much as I should be, admittedly, but my career path is a little different at the moment. So yeah, my hands don't really get too badly affected. Come on. Come on. Give me that. And yeah, Steinfresser, I'm running through Silent Hill 2 again, just to get a couple of endings, show off a few more endings before moving on to the next game. These are endings that I was going to show on the first playthrough anyway, but I was a dumbus and fucked it up. What's up, Nostos? Welcome to the channel. I hope you like Silent Hill, because I'm going to be playing it for a very, very long time. Rock climbing? No, I don't do any rock climbing. I know there's a lot of, like, indoor rock climbing places around here. It's like become kind of a big thing in parts of Austin. But haven't really done it. That clock is more like it. Yeah. Aren Jesus. Did resets on clock for 2 hours on the day I got world record. 13 shitty clocks in a row. If you can... Oh, I can absolutely believe that. Absolutely. I've had entire streams like 2 years back when I was not routing, but like still running this game and grinding it out, where like 6-7 hour stream, you know, attempt after attempt after attempt is just like 5 hour difference on the clock, 6 hour difference on the clock, 4 hour difference on the clock, just over and over and over and over and over. I have absolutely had those streams. And I'm going to be feeling that very soon again, I'm sure, now that I'm practicing this game again. My goal is to improve my times in all of the Silent Hill games again. In at least one category for each game. So I want to try to improve all my times. And Silent Hill 2 is definitely going to be my my nightmare for a while, because my times for this game are already pretty good, and it's going to take me a long time to get familiar with the new control style. Like, you can see I'm running all over the place because I'm not used to playing with this control scheme. But this is the control scheme I need to learn to beat my old times and just to be up to date with modern strategies. How's my hangman luck? Usually not too bad. You know, it's, you know, obviously because it's 6 nooses, you would just assume that it's 1 in 6, but obviously if you do the run, you know that certain bodies, it's like almost never that position, and other ones come up more often. So I would say probably like 1 in 3 runs, 1 in 4 runs was usually, on average, hangman, got good hangman. But again, it was random. I definitely had some bad streaks where I just wasn't getting it anymore. Alright. White Chrism. Yeah? Yeah, this room. There we go. White Christmas. I'm just gonna call that item the White Christmas from now on. God, these camera angles. How do you do it, Justice? Teach me your ways, DMJ. When I was practicing the controls, I was also practicing the out-of-bounds skip. I managed to do it a couple of times, but it took me a lot of attempts. It took me a lot of attempts to actually get it. Ever gotten 10 gold stars in this game? Absolutely, but I don't do it often, and I don't like speedrun it or anything because it's a very tedious thing to do. It's not very fun, in my opinion. You're mostly just counting enemy kills and making sure you pick up enough items and hoping the game doesn't screw you over on kill counts. Like, it's when you speedrun the game, the actual time limit and everything that it sets for you for 10 gold stars is like, it's laughable. It gives you tons of room for error, like, as a speedrunner. Just because, like, you're familiar enough with the game. It's never going to take you more than, like, an hour and a half, even taking your time and doing kills and stuff to really get through the game. And I think it gives you, like, 2 hours or 3 hours, something like that. But sometimes you get screwed over on kills. You need a certain number of melee kills, a certain number of shooting kills. And yeah, it's not super fun. Outsource controls, 2D controls to your bird. Obviously, I have to get a bird. The internet beard, Trina. I can never, like, line James up to run directly into the front part of the doghouse. Little things like that, like being able to precisely run towards something, you know, is so awkward. It's going to take so long getting used to all these little nuances, getting used to these controls. It'll be worth it in the end, just because, you know, it's faster once I get used to it and do it, you know, actually execute it well. But it's just going to be so much work of getting rid of old bad habits. What's a Pale Rider? 9 hours of Silent Hill 2, yep. 24-hour marathon, and we're spending more than 9 hours on Silent Hill 2 alone. Alright, let me stay focused here. I don't want to fuck this up and reset again. I need an item that I almost fucked up and forgot, actually. Book of Memories at the Texon station. That's right over here. I should stream more often. I'm going to. It's been a little weird right now because I'm still kind of getting used to, I'm still trying to get used to, like, a sleep schedule. I was sick for a little while, and start getting to a point where I can start streaming more often, closer to full time, where I'm streaming like almost every day and longer streams. It's getting to that point. It's getting to that point. Okay. So the next, I need to use the blue gem after killing Flesh Lips. So I can't forget that. And I need to pick up the third rebirth ending item, which is the obsidian the obsidian goblet in the historical society. 1 second. Mexican Justice wrote me a book on how to get good. 2 techniques to improve 2D game. Wiggle strat. Running in a direction and expect a camera change. Move the thumbstick from a left to right fast in that direction. The other is holding a certain direction and not moving the thumbstick at all. Both requires knowledge of camera angles and anticipation. Yeah, that's what I'm coming to realize is different camera angles can kind of be handled at different places. And it's just going to be getting used to that and trying things out, figuring those little nuances out. It's just going to take doing runs over and over. And eventually, you know, you kind of find things that work, I feel. But yeah, still good information. I'll try that out. The wiggle. I mean, if you want to make tutorials, I think speedrunning tutorials are always useful. I used to have a Silent Hill 2 tutorial, but I took it down because even for the time, it was like not as thorough as I wanted it to be. And I never remade it because by the time I even thought about remaking it, there was a ton of new strats for Silent Hill 2, and I wasn't up to date on them. So if you want to make tutorials, I am 100% behind that and would also benefit from it myself. That's true. That is one thing I do like, is that you've got an input viewer on your stream. So I can take a look at some of those tricky areas and see how you handle those inputs. What kind of controller do you use, by the way? Because I just use a 360 wired controller. 5326. 5326. Need to remember this. Thank you for the luck, Nomadic. Take it easy. No, I want the key. I don't want to talk to Maria. And just twirl in circles, trying to pick up this thing and leave. PlayStation 4 controller and DS4. Okay. I'll be switching over to either an Xbox One controller or a PlayStation 4 controller probably in the next couple weeks. Because I plan on getting a PS4 soon, so... 2769. $27.69. Wrong button. Mouse. Oh, it wasn't. It was 7-7. Got it. That 2-digit is really tricky. Or that 7-digit. There's a lot of different... Oh, right. There's a lot of different numbers on... And each difficulty has its own font. So some of those digits on the wall are harder to read than others. Meow. Use the blue gem. Got to use the blue gem now. After this fight. Don't forget the Crimson Tome. That's not until the hotel. That's like so far off. I'll get the Obsidian Goblet before that. Yellow gem. You're just trying to confuse me. Have to go get ready for a road trip. Well, good luck, Purple. Hope you have a good time. Hey, what's up, Ratchet? And hey, Martin. Is it possible for me to add emotes? What? I mean, yes, I have 3 emote slots open, subscriber emote slots, and I can technically add 2 other emotes, one for subscribers at the $9.99 tier, and one for subscribers at the $24.99 tier. I'm not sure if I want to do emotes for that yet, though. Maybe I'll put a poll up. Maybe I'll put a poll up and see what you guys think. If you think that would be good. But I am not an artist in that sense. I can write you a song, but I can't make you a good stream emote. I have to have other people help me out with that stuff. So it takes a little bit of time getting used to it. Should add a Raven emote? That would be sick. You know I'm not Ravenheart, right? That's absolutely what I should do with my other emote slots, though. I should make emotes based on other streamers. Get a Raven emote, get an Otter emote, get a Maxi emote. It won't even be like the dog, like all of Maxi's emotes. It'll just be a picture of Maxi. He'd be fine with that, I'm sure. Get a sombrero emote. Yep, Trina is one of those people who helps me with that stuff. And Trina, I still need to email you about ideas. Meep already has some ideas. Meep, you don't have to start sketching yet. Not until I send you payment. But yeah, we'll have, I'll get with you. I'll probably just hit you up on Discord or something at some point, Trina. Oops. Need to game save. Game save. Get the staminas. But yeah, Trina. I'll just hit you up with some more emote ideas. And have a bunch of emotes ready, because we're also going to be unlocking emotes a lot faster because of the new tier system that Twitch changed up. So, yeah. I'll probably wind up adding the 3 new emotes. Like I said, I might wind up adding emotes for the different tiers of subscribers. And then we'll unlock more emotes. And I don't know, we've already had quite a few new subscribers during the marathon so far. I might have already unlocked more emote slots, I'm not sure. Probably not yet, though. I think I need to get over my peak, which was like 150. So the next one is probably at like 175 or 200. I'm not sure. Cell number? I'm not sure if I have that actually saved in my phone. And I don't like talking to anybody on the phone. It's nothing against you. But like, I've known Hirimi and Jubes for like 13 years, and I don't talk to them on the phone. Besides, it's easier for me to do things from my computer, especially if we're like sending reference or artwork and stuff back and forth. I'm an old man. I prefer fucking email. Because email, it's simple enough to do attachments and fuck up and forget that I needed to do a glitch to not break the movement controls here, but it's fine. Oh, fuck. That messed everything up. That, like, soft locked the game. There we go. Well, I'm sorry, but too bad. I don't like phones. And like I said, it's not a good enough way to share artwork and stuff. That's not old man, that's still a thing. I don't know. But who was phone? Doesn't want to hear me and Trina's beautiful voices. Meep, you said maybe like a word and a half the last time we were on a Discord call. That's why I figured we would just go straight to email. It's simple enough to like describe what I want, attach reference images if I need to, and just kind of have a back and forth. Not to mention, I check my email from my phone. So, like, I don't know. I'm weird. You can call me stupid or dumb. But if you want to help me out with art, like, I don't know. There's lots of other ways to talk to each other. Doesn't gotta be like this. Alright. Blue gem after the Eddie fight. I need to pick up the obsidian goblet when I get to the Historical Society. Is Silent Hill 2 better than 1? Opinions. What you are asking for is opinions, my friend, and everybody has a different one. I like 2 more than 1. But 1 is not bad. Alright, got the obsidian goblet. All that's left is blue gem after Eddie fight, crimson tome, and I'll have to make a save and then reload it because the UFO ending happens in the hotel room, and the rebirth ending I've got to get all the way to the actual end of the game for. Can you buy these on Steam? Nope. You can buy physical copies for some really stupid prices. No, you can't even get them on the PlayStation Store. You can get Silent Hill 1, but not 2, not 3, not... if you have a Japanese account, I think you can get 4. Unless they already took that down. But the only game you can get on Steam is Silent Hill Homecoming, and I do not recommend getting the Steam version of that game. It's bad. I mean, the game itself is already not a very good game, but the PC version is... You've seen all the trouble that I've had with Silent Hill 2 PC version tonight? This is Silent Hill 2 on a really bad day. Like, it's normally not this bad. Homecoming is still worse. Easily. There's a Japanese PlayStation Network. Pay attention. You're out of your element, Donnie. But yeah, the PC version of Homecoming is practically unplayable. Get out of my face. Still have issues with the game crashing. Yeah, I mean, I had a game crash earlier in the playthrough, and I kept having other random glitches and stuff happening. But then again, I was messing around with like resolution mods, frame rate mods, and stuff like that offline back when we were kind of having that big discussion on the forums. So I was testing stuff out. And ever since I was using those mods, the game's been less stable for me, so I just need to reinstall it and do a fresh install, most likely. And it should be fine after that. I get the infinite loading screen crash. That happened earlier, where you transition from one area to another, and it does the... oh, I didn't pick up the wax doll. It does the footprint, the white footprint on the black background, loading screen animation indefinitely. The other time was... And I've had this issue with Windowware before. I'm not sure why it was happening again, but that's in the other hallway. Right? It's not this one. It's the next one. Yeah. But I was having an issue with a... that I've had with Windowware before. These fucking guys. Sorry, I can't talk and play games at the same time. How the fuck am I a partnered streamer? Anyway. Game's been acting nuts. I just need to do a fresh install of it, because I've never had it this unstable in like 2+ years of running the PC version, so it's fine. Fresh install, just go back to playing HTC on console. Never. Never. I hope I didn't just soft lock the game. Sometimes you can actually fuck up the game by reloading on this elevator. Save yourself the headache when ready. Get the hard copies of the game. It's not that I don't have hard copies. Like, you misunderstanding. I've got almost every version of Silent Hill 2 that's been manufactured. With the exception of a few rarities and, like, non-American region version stuff. Like, I've got it on PS2. I've got Silent Hill on Xbox. PC is what is necessary for speedrunning, because there are PC exclusive strategies, things like that. And I've even got a physical copy of the North American region PC version for Silent Hill 2. For the longest time, that's what I was running. Now I'm using a downloaded version of the PAL version of Silent Hill 2 PC, because it's more compatible with Windowers. No, this is the official PC version, the PAL version. This is not an emulator. The only games that I emulate when I speedrun is usually Silent Hill 1, and I own that on PlayStation 1 and on PlayStation 3 digitally, but it's easier to stream emulator, and it also allows me to use a slightly more comfortable controller. But as said, it also comes down to needing to run certain versions when it comes to certain games. Like, the PC version and the console versions of Silent Hill 2 are not comparable when it comes to speedrunning. The routes are totally different. The strategies are different. There's a lot of things that are exclusive. With a lot of the games, when it comes to speedrunning, emulators are not even allowed. Silent Hill 1 is an exception, which is why that's pretty much the only one that I emulate. Origins is also allowed, and I tend to emulate that when I speedrun it. But again, I own a PSP 2000 and AV out cables and a physical copy of Origins. It's just way less convenient to stream that than an emulator with the comfortable controller. So yeah, it's not an issue of me not owning certain versions of the game. It's certain things are easier to stream than others. Certain things are more comfortable for playing at long amounts of time. Certain things are preferred for speedrunning. Certain things are preferred for story playthroughs. So yeah, I've got a lot of different versions of the games for a lot of different reasons. Didn't mean to read that. Oh, come on. Like, for example, because this is PC version, I can examine that newspaper, quick save, and I just skipped Abstract Daddy. We just skipped a whole boss fight, a whole cutscene with Angela. That you can't do that on console or emulator or anything. So simply discarding the PC version and running something else is not a proper solution. Bottom middle. Do I have Resident Evil 4? Yes, I do. I have it on PlayStation 2. I have it on PC as well. Physical copy on PC. Resident Evil 4, best game ever made. Opinions! It's a good game, though. It is definitely a really good game. Oops. Yeah, it's funny. My first time playing Resident Evil 4, was at a friend's house. And he had the GameCube version. So that was the first version that I had ever seen and, like, played. But at the time, I didn't own a GameCube. So I had the PS2 version. And I just still have that copy. Out of curiosity, how did you get introduced to the Silent Hill series? It was 1999, and a game called Silent Hill 1 came out, and I had heard about it, read about it in video game magazines, which is like a 90s version of Kotaku. So the game came out, and it was my birthday, and I got the copy of the game, and I played it. And I was too scared to play any further than Midwich. But I mean, I've been playing these games since they originally came out. Keep playing them until you aren't scared. I mean, that is what happens. You play them for long enough, you're not afraid of them. Like, these games don't scare me anymore. They absolutely did the first time I ever played them. But now, playing them so many times and kind of looking at them in so many different ways, analyzing the story. Plus, as I've gotten older, there are so many elements of the Silent Hill games that when you're 13, 14, you don't know what it's like to lose somebody that you absolutely love. Like James losing his wife or anything like that. Like, you don't have a fair comparison when you're that young. So as you get older and you experience more, I feel there's more to appreciate in the story of the game. And that's how it's been for me. The game scared me a lot as a kid, but I was always, and still am, a big horror fan, which is why I indulge in scary things, scary games, movies, etc. And as I got older, as I said, the games took on a bit more of a powerful meaning, and I didn't use the blue gem. At the dock, after killing Eddie, did I? So we're going to see the rebirth ending, and then we're going to play a new game. I did? Deadite says I did. Did I actually? Are you sure? I don't think I did. I think I was ranting, and I didn't do it. Sure, let's see if I can do the out of bounds. No, I screwed up when I was showing Rebirth. We've seen the dog ending and the... We've seen the dog ending and we've seen the in water ending. Hey. Hey. So that's the out of bounds skip for... It wasn't very well done, but made it work. Lets you get here without using the employee elevator, putting all your stuff on the shelf. Notice I've still got my flashlight. My shotgun. Yeah, no UFO. We've already spent 9.5 hours, more than 9.5 hours on Silent Hill 2. I'm just an idiot. And as I said, I want to move on and do some different games. But at the very least, I do still want to show the Rebirth ending. I've already come this far through the run. I've only got one other thing to get. Are there official statements on why the multiple endings and multiple weird endings from the original Team Silent games? Not exactly. I mean, it's just how they wanted to make the game, one would presume. I need to get the light bulb. I know that some of the joke endings were determined by... I need to get the... Wait. Okay, never mind. I already did that. But no, there's not really a whole lot on that Atrophical. They decided some of the joke endings by having a bunch of random people on the team write ideas down and then basically toss them into a hat, you know, and draw one. They decided to go with the UFO ending. Some of the other alternatives to the UFO ending could have been the sun being too bright as the explanation for everything going on. aside from like some weird little comments on endings like that, there's no interview or something where they were like, why did you put multiple endings? Like, I don't know. Lots of games have multiple endings. They wanted to have the player able to experience lots of different outcomes for the story. Mouse. Here we go. It's not cuck. It's not hemp. Didn't even realize you could do that. Null. Missed. Spice Father. Spicy Father. Good shit. You did it, Spice Father. So, randomly, I do giveaways. I don't advertise them. I don't put it in my stream title, anything like that. But Spice Father, you have won this random giveaway by guessing the case correctly. Please send me a message, not a whisper, but an actual message on Twitch, and I can let you know what you've won. But yeah. And there's a couple different options for you to choose from, kind of depending on what you have. Cinderella, Snow White. Really? I didn't pick up The Little Mermaid. Is it a pony? Free car, now I just need a license. Yeah, you win the actual rebirth ending. What? Why did my game just go white? What the What? The plywood glitch. This is a plywood glitch? I've never seen this. I've never had this happen. Well, I'm pretty sure I've controlled my way blindly into the room. Let's try reloading. Quick save, quick load. Quick save, quick load doesn't seem to work. Manual load. Yeah, I'm trying. It shouldn't be soft locked. If it was soft locked, I don't think I'd be able to open my menu at all. I found my way back out. Ah, shit. Why is this one room fucking broken? Alright, guys. I'm done with Silent Hill 2. We got through it. We got some endings. We discussed the whole story. I'll do some other playthroughs another time and we'll show these endings. I'll be doing speedruns and showing those endings anyway later in the week. We're going to just go to the next game. It's almost 10 hours into the marathon and this game has been nothing but breaking the entire time. So instead, I'm going to take a short break, get your final votes in, type ! Order to bring up the poll, and you can... Oh boy. And you can vote on what we're going to play next. Let me take a look here at what's in the lead. Silent Hill 3 with 150 votes, Silent Hill 4 with 149 votes. So it's still neck and neck between Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4 if you haven't already voted. And Silent Hill 1 with 108 votes. Needs quite a bit to catch up, but there's a lot of you guys here. I don't know how many of you voted, but... Well, I can see at the bottom. 1,200 people? 1,200 people voted on this already? Some of you are cheating. You're making multiple accounts. You're behind 7 proxies. There's not that many people here. Alright. Well, we'll see where this is at when I get back. And then we will start the next game. Back in a few.